Flown initiative to speak to us by way of introduction and maybe just one or two quick comments, and then we can proceed with this particular dialogue. Are we ready to invite them? Tuko baridi sana leo asubuhi. Flown, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Just waiting. We can continue as they get ready.
Okay.
So so I would say that what we basically would want to take ourselves through today is to now follow up on the big conversation that was triggered by the charter on Wednesday. What did the charter do? Granted us a new status, the fourth city in Kenya. Do you know the implications of that? Nakuru must now start to exhibit competitiveness still. See, His Excellency said you'll be attracting industry, investors, and so on and so forth. They only come where they feel there's some competitiveness. Number two, you'll start getting influx. People want to live in the city. So if I'm living in Nairobi and I think there's a fourth city in Nakuru I need to live in, I want to come back to Nakuru if it offers me better. That means there'll be more demand for movement of people. So are they ready, Titus? Okay, please proceed on. Ron, if you can hear me.
Morning, everybody. We can hear you loud and clear. This is Flown Initiative Executive Director Naomi Mwaura. We are streaming the event live during the Women in Transport Africa Conference. We also have a live audience of women in transport professionals in Nairobi and also in Mombasa. And thank you very much for hosting us. We're looking forward to a very productive meeting and engagement.
Thank you so much. Just to do a quick check in terms of the order of our proceedings, if we can allow the microphone to the two members who just joined us to tell us who they are. We give them also the opportunity so that we can know them. Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Osoro. I'm the CEC Public Service Nakuru City. Welcome to Nakuru City.
Morning, everyone. I'm Kamau Dengi, member of County Assembly, Shaba Board, Nakuru Town West. Thank you.
Excellent. Waziri, karibu sana. Tumeshukuru. And congratulations once again to Waheshimiwa Waziri and the board. What you have done for Nakuru, everyone is proud. And you heard what the president said, the first city under the urban areas and cities, zingine zilikuwa by default. Mtu aliambia Kisumu ilikuwa by market announcement. Which is the wrong thing for me to say, but Kisumu is a city. So here we are going to have a very interesting conversation around how we make people move in the new city. Kuna wale sasa wanaanza kukaribia Nakuru, sio? Kila mtu anataka kusema mimi natoka city ya Nakuru. As they come in, they're densifying our space. Kuna wale wanataka kuishi, and where they stay and where they live is perhaps a little further away from their workplaces. So the mobility from those places to work, whether through the matatu, ama through the private means, ama pia ni Futsubishi, si ndio? Unajua Futsubishi? Hii. Kuna wale wanakanyaga, tunasema between 40 to 60% of us in this city use that move. Is it safe enough? Perhaps we'll be listening to the commandant to tell us that. Have we provided for it? I saw the planner here. My namesake, Robert, will be telling us we have good plans for non-motorized people, people like me who want to work. In the matatu, tutauliza mzee mwenyekiti, tunasema, how are you taking care of us? Because this message must reach beyond us. It must reach the audience, the people who are interested in saying, we want to be part and parcel of building the new city. The young kid on the block. So we're starting this dialogue, not to end it today, but to carry it forward so that the message can be consistent. That's one. But number two, so that we can also have people to bring in their voices. And that's why, in terms of the way we've structured this discussion today, we will have the first panel, where we have the executives speaking to us. Waziri will give us perspective. Na kwa sababu ni dialogue, tutakuwa tunaongea na waziri pia, si ndio? Kama kuna zile maswali tunataka kuuliza, tutauliza. Then we shall have the representative of the assembly also speaking to us. Because hao ni legislators, sio? Ndio wanaweka rule, ndio tunajua this is the policy, this is what guides us. And then we'll have, of course, our good friend Bastian also speaking to us and telling us, how do Germans do it? Bastian is shaking his head because now he's in Kenya. But he'll tell us how best can we do it in Kenya, given the global experience. And we'll also invite Stephanie, who will be speaking to us in that. So once we get to that stage, we will invite them to be here at the front, and we have them speak to us and we speak to. So in the manner of conversation, we speak to each other. That's why we're saying it's a dialogue. So nobody has the single way to tell us they're the only one to us. So we'll discuss. Once we're done with that first session, we will have a second group of people, and this will be experts in their respective fields. Sasa hao watakuwa wanatuonyesha vile wamefanya research, what this research has revealed, and how we can use that research outcome so that we make our city better. Si tumewakubalia? And we'll have 3 of them speaking to us and presenting those particular perspectives. Tukimaliza hiyo, tutamalizia ya mwisho, tutaita 4 people. Very important. Kwanza, chairman wetu hapa. Tunamfahamu chairman? Ama wamfahamu? Tunamfahamu vizuri. I like that point. And that's why you are the team leader public participation.
Thank you.
Kama ungemfahamu. So chairman atakuwa kwenye kiti hapa. Na leo sio kiti moto kwa sababu ni kuzungumza. Na tutaanza kusema matatu imefanya hivi, matatu imefanya hivi, hapana. Itakuwa ni how can we make it better. So then we will have on that same panel our traffic commander, a very good lady, Christine. We will make it up over tea. So she'll also be speaking to us. And leo sio kwamba umefanya makosa nataka kuweka ndani, lakini vile tunaweza kusaidia. Sio? So we make it easy and a nice conversation. Then we will be speaking to our NTSA colleague. and also discussing basically what is it that in terms of safety mechanisms and so on that we can do. And our own city manager will also be here when I get out discussing with us at that point. But we want to make those presentations lively. So the way I look at them is the interaction. Wanasema na sisi pia tunasema, sio? So are we happy with that program? Thank you so much. So as we plan to then the heart of the main panel, I would want to just check, I don't know, Titus, Robert, somebody can tell me if these guys are ready behind here. And as they do that, we want to prepare ourselves to ensure that we have a very lively and interesting conversation. At this point, who has something moving that they want to tell us about this new city charter? Najua nataka leo ikuwe siku ya furaha, sio na huzuni. But Naraidi, you're shaking your head very high. I'm sure there's something interesting you want to tell us as we usher in the new city. Can you give Raidi the microphone, please? As Raidi speaks to us, I would want to just invite Bastian kindly, if he can come out front, Waziri, Tafadhali, if he can. Thank you. Bastian, just take a seat. Raidi, go on.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jackson Davis, the Brother George Stars Shop, and I'm proud to be a member, a resident of this city. Few interesting things that I want to see happen within the city space is that we need to keep our environment very clean. We need to have several open spaces, green spaces, where people can enjoy and relax. We also need to see, of course, today's subject matter is on urban mobility. We need to see growth of the infrastructure, growth of activity, and ease of mobility between within the city and also the transit area. Of course, bringing to mind that already we are seeing major traffic jams within the city, especially around about within the main roundabout that's around the railway station area. We want to see maybe bypasses. I think there was the initial plan of bypass the southern part, and I think the president, somebody, I think that the former prime minister did mention about the issue of adding a bypass within the city, maybe the northern part and the southern part, so that this, if you don't have any business within the city, then we just pass either the southern part or the northern part. I think that would be very interesting. We had about the proposal. I think our governor did mention about having that we have a stage that will be raised between interchange here near Winstead all the way to the total area. And that would be very, very interesting. Actually, in the second city to have that kind of infrastructure within the city, that would be very good. I think let's have a conversation, let's continue to discuss about these issues, and now I want to allow somebody else to also meet up. Let's not what they all received in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Riley. Excellent. We appreciate you. And sorry for ambushing you. I know you're always on your toes and ready. A request, just to sort of rearrange the program a bit. I have just been informed that His Excellency the Governor is on his way to join us and would want to be part of the high panel when we start the discussions. So I think we need to give His Excellency that honor. And I'd want to then kindly ask us if we could take a short break of about 15 minutes, have some tea, coffee, water, whichever one that is in your taste. The tea, coffee, and water is served right off the door. And just for those who came a bit late, the washrooms for the ladies, as you face me, is on your extreme left, the gents on your extreme right. And let us kindly observe the protocols. Let's keep our masks on. And of course, when you're taking tea, you can have it on. So definitely, you'll be allowed that opportunity. Let's try and maintain the reasonable distance and let us respect the time that we've agreed on. 15 minutes break, and then we come back. So let's have a break, and then we'll call you back in exactly 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Are we coming back to me? Thank you very much, Nakuru team. We will be right here after 15 minutes after your tea break so that you can walk us through what you've planned for us. Allow me to just ask a few questions that were raised on the first session we had in the morning. Yes, the first session we had in the morning, which is equitable transport and local government. There was a question that was raised for Anjul Kevin. I don't know if Kevin, you can hear me. Kevin, are you online? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am available.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. There was a question that was asked, how do we promote cycling to school for children? This is from WIT Nairobi. How can we promote cycling to school for children?
I'm sad that I've been asked a few questions, just only one. But to respond to it, when developing roads, infrastructure, that the roads come along with NMT facilities. NMT is not only for walking. We encourage walking, cycling, and even skating for our kids. So every county should put an initiative, or rather a bylaw, that in development of roads by the road agencies and the county government as a whole, we should promote, we should construct along NMTs, we should construct cycle lanes that encourage people to cycle. In our street design manual for urban areas in Kenya, we have a minimum of 2 meters for a one-way cycling, then 2.5 for a dual, like a double cycle lane. So we, and I'm happy that the road agencies, Kura, Kenha, they are adopting this. They are adopting the street design manual for urban areas in Kenya. So in every development of a road, this one should be ensured by the local authorities that we develop cycle tracks along our roads. And then we'll have, we also should put along our traffic marshals to guide the school kids when they are cycling to school. Thank you.
And Jewel, like you rightfully said, there were several questions that were presented to you. I don't know if you're able to have a look at them yourself and then try answering them for us.
I only have one in my chat. Maybe if I can get the rest.
Is on your chat, Kevin?
Only one. I've only seen that one question. Maybe if I can get the rest, I can do answer.
Okay, thank you very much. We also had the introductory address for today by Honorable Naomi Mutie. And I see we had a question for her. And the question was, I don't know, Honorable Mutie, can you hear me? Is she on? Okay, okay. Hopefully this will be posted to her later. But the question was, just for everybody's knowledge, is that do we have the women docket or desk in WIT? If not, do they consider WIT in any way? If yes, how? Machakos County, are you ready to involve WIT in an activity and as a representative perspective since they partnered with Flown? This is Lynette Kerubo from WIT. Thank you very much. Let me look for a different question. Fantastic. Kevin must have reiterated this in his response, and he says that all public roads should be constructed with walkways and cycle tracks. This should be included in our bylaws. All road agencies, Kura, Kenha, Kera, should adhere to this in the street development manual for urban area in Kenya. A minimum of 2 meters is proposed for one-way cycling lane and 2.5 for a dual. Fantastic. Evelyn Atieno says, we had Evelyn in the Equitable Transport and Local Government, and she says she will give you an opportunity to engage with the audience. I don't know, Evelyn, are you with us? Evelyn Atieno, can you hear me? Evelyn? No? Okay. All right, all right. Let's see, anybody else here? Do we have a question from the audience, from the live audience at Tulip Hotel? You could ask you could pause. Yes, Evelyn. Do we have Evelyn? Evelyn, can you kindly unmute your microphone? Evelyn, if you can hear me, kindly unmute your microphone. That way we are able to hear you. Evelyn? Okay. Evelyn, please unmute the microphone from your gadget. I believe you're on phone. Kindly unmute from your phone so that we are able to hear you. Hello, Evelyn. Okay, we'll try and get back in touch with her if she's able to join us again. In the meantime, we're going to take a very short 10 minutes break as we wait for the Nakuru team to come back. Thank you very much.
Es gibt immer jemanden, der eine Meinung über dein Haar hat, deine Klamotten, darüber, wer du bist. Manchmal versuchen sie es und touchen dich an und pushen dich ins Matatu. Ich handle wie ein Mann, ich lege mich auch mit denen an. Wenn die mich rüde von der Seite ansprechen, dann spreche ich sie auch rüde von der Seite an. Der Eigentümer wartet auf das Geld, das ich an dem Tag gemacht habe. Und damit bin ich der Boss.
So I'm the boss.
Solange es Matatus gibt, gab es nie ein politisches Vorgehen gegen sexuelle Belästigung. Und ich denke, wenn wir Frauen mehr Rollen übernehmen, können wir dieses Geschäft verändern.
Much more than you know. Nothing unusual. Been through us with me, black and Nico.
Super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be. Such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday. Killer day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy. Najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
Look at me, what do you see? My time to feel kasi as defeat. Matarajio za society. Jamini dem nafa kufisiwa shamelessly. Mikono zanishika aimlessly. Sifai kuteta juni industry. Basi na noma sina pressure zi. Hii ni choice, ni mimi nili pick my three. Niite donda, missy babe, I'm sorry. Uptown, downtown, mean the story. So sina noma sina pressure zi. Jimmy ufike home na put your foot my G.
I'm super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be. Such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday. Killer day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy. Najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check you umejibeba. Super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke. Super niku vision, super najiweza. Vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
in my soul, much more than you know. Unusual, been through worse than me, black on Nico.
Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikitishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be, such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday, kill a day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy, najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikitishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
Look at me, what do you see? My time to feel kasi as defeat. Matarajio za society, Jimini dem nafaa kufisiwa shamelessly. Mikono zanishika aimlessly, sifai kuteta juni industry. Basi na noma sina pressure zi, hii ni choice, ni mimi nini pick my three. Niite donda, missy babe, I'm sorry. Uptown, downtown, mean the story. So sina noma sina pressure zi, Jimmy ufike home na put your foot my G.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikitishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be, such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday, kill a day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy, najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
There's still a fire in my soul, much more than you know. Nothing unusual, been through worse for me, black on Nico.
Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikitishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be, such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday, kill a day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy, najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe. Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
Look at me, what do you see? My time to feel kasi as defeat. Matarajio za society, Jimini dem nafaa kufisiwa shamelessly. Mikono zanishika aimlessly, sifai kuteta juni industry. Basi na noma sina pressure zi, hii ni choice, ni mimi nini pick my three. Niite donda, missy babe, I'm sorry. Uptown, downtown, mean the story. So sina noma sina pressure pressure Z. Jamii ufike home na put your foot my G.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be. Such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday, kill a day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy, najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
There's still a fire in my soul, much more than you know. Nothing unusual been through us but me back on Nico.
Super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be. Such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday, kill a day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy, najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
Look at me, what do you see? My time to feel kasi as defeat. Matarajio za society, Jamini dem nafaa kufisiwa shamelessly. Mikono zanishika aimlessly, sifai kuteta juni industry. Basi na noma sina pressure Z, hii ni choice, ni mimi nili pick my three. Niite donda, missy babe, I'm sorry. Uptown, downtown, mean the story. So sina noma sina pressure Z, Jamii ufike home na put your foot my G.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
I'm the best that I can be. Such a pity you can't see. Nikuwera tangu ngware, Monday to Sunday, kill a day to make my way. So why you wanna pull my strings? I'm independent, can't you see? Siwezi choka daddy, najitambua sina time na need.
I'm super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe, super wanganya, check umejibeba, super hisi wera, come tufike keja nikuweke, super nikuvishe, super najiweza, vitu ndogo zisikutishe.
especially now in the fourth city in Kenya, Nakuru, mobility seems to be more of a challenge than actually an opportunity for the majority of city dwellers. And we believe that public transport should be designed around the 5 pillars that George has already presented on. And there's 2 things I would like to mention. The most important thing from my point of view is inclusivity. And there's one feature linked to inclusivity that says it involves all in planning, design, and therefore meets all public transport working group. And we have the experts here on Constant will learn more about it. When we say it must involve all in planning, today's dialogue, today's meeting is a great example, because we have also the Makati as our representatives. There was a special feature 2 days ago in the Daily Nation talking about why Nakuru became a city and how this came about. And I read that the Matatu operators, they will get a new terminal. They must all, the article didn't say they must all leave and then operate through that new terminal. When I read that, the Matatu operators and leading, sure, but if they haven't been involved, this was not necessarily, they might disagree to see. And therefore, I'm very, very glad to witness you with us today. So, looking at urban mobility, is not generating force because already we have various projects underway that will restore the glory of Nakuru, the government says. And I would like to offer our continuous support. So if the governor is not only willing to roll up his sleeves, would really like to see that, but if he's really interested in looking into the various projects, various challenges that come with this new city status, we as the FES, together with the various organizations work with, we as FES, together with the Just City Working Group and the Socially Just Public Transport Working Group, and I would like to look by thanking David for his continuous support. David, you told me this morning, the journey will be a very long one. FES is in Kenya for almost 60 years. If it takes another 3, 5, even 7 or 8 years to make the urban mobility concept of the city of Nakuru one of the pillars of your Vision 2050, to make this just, we are more than willing to stay on your side for the next 8 years, if we can do it, because then we can focus on another project. But we would like to offer our strong support to the city of Nakuru, to the governor of Nakuru, in order to make Nakuru a role model for other cities in Africa, for other cities in East Africa, and specifically in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Excellent. With that kind of offer, I think we need a better club. Let's clap again. Thank you so much, Bastian. And Nakuru, the message is home. We're in for the long haul. We need to continue promoting social justice. We need to think about hope and be hopeful. And we must not confine ourselves to a perspective that is not just, that does not allow affordability to the majority, and that is not sustainable. Big questions. We go with a mobility that is city-centered or citizen-centered. I think that's a question we'll come back to as we proceed on. Thank you once again, Bastian. Allow me now to invite, as we prepare Madam Stephanie from UN Habitat, who's joining us online, remarks before we can then proceed on. Titus, are we able to get her to link in? Thank you so much. Stephanie, if you can hear me, please proceed.
Yes, good morning. I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Very well. Please go on.
Super. Good. So, dear Excellency, the Governor, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by commending Nakuru and FES and all the other partners in organizing this great workshop on a topic that deserves to be so much more in the focus. We in UN Habitat, we believe that promoting safe and inclusive transport services ensures the growth of just, inclusive and sustainable development goals. On the one side, we have goal number 5 on gender equality, and on the other side, we have goal number 11 on sustainable cities and communities. While target 5.2 aims to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls in public and private spheres, we have target 11.2 that aims to provide access to safe, affordable, accessible and sustainable transport systems for all. What I would like to mention is that that global framework alone is not sufficient. In the next step, these global goals need to be translated into action on the ground, and a lot remains to be done here. The reality shows that public transport is a highly gendered field and is notoriously unsafe for women and other vulnerable groups. So efforts really are needed to increase the visibility of the needs of the most vulnerable groups in the field of public transportation in order to reflect a more equitable and sustainable transport system. And I think Bastian just very nicely people focus of gender issues, for example. I would like to mention that it's very important to understand that there is a big difference, for example, between the mobility needs of women and girls as compared to their male counterparts. This is characterized by multi-purpose trip chaining, for example, by bringing kids to school in the morning, going to work, going to shopping, picking up the kids, etc. So a lot of the trips that are undertaken by women are actually for the purpose of just merely accessing a job. And I think it's very important that public transport systems and the planning are catering for those needs in terms of their timetables, in terms of their routes, etc. In addition, I think it's also important to understand that women are more likely, for example, to rely on public transport and walking as compared to their male counterparts. Also, therefore, I think it's important to design public transport systems and also streets for the needs of women, for example. One additional point that I wanted to make is that cities also are in big need for universal access for mobility constrained people, such as, for example, the elderly or people with disabilities. And these barriers might literally start just outside of the house. So movement and access to opportunities remains out of the reach for many people in our cities. Besides all these challenging facts, I would like to remind us all that action happening, and I think the workshop today is a very good example for that, and I think the work that Nakuru and FES have done is really commendable. It's also my pleasure to inform that UN Habitat has previously worked with Flown Initiative on a toolkit which is called Gender Sensitive Minibus capacity among the informal public transport industry, and I'm very happy to share the link maybe in the chat later if someone is interested to look at this toolkit. Having said this, it is my hope that the workshop will culminate in strengthened partnerships and more collaboration in this important field, and we look very much forward to engage with all of you in the future, and I'm very much back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Let's put our hands together for Stephanie. Thank you. Stephanie, if you stay online, we have aligned ourselves in this conversation to SDG 5.11. Stephanie has highlighted the aspects about safety and mobility, the gender perspective of mobility, particularly looking at the peculiar interest of women.
Thank you so much. I know this was meant to be a short break, but we're still glad that you're able to join us. I want to introduce the next session, which is Reduce Inequalities, and the session lead who's a program director, research advocacy and communications, Azad Foundation, Women in Transport in India, Experiences and Expectations for Equitable Workspaces. Amrita?
Hello everybody, I am Amrita and I head Research Advocacy and Communications at Azad Foundation. It's a pleasure to be here and thank you Flown for inviting us. I hand it over to Paridhi, my colleague.
Hello everyone, I'm Paridhi. I also work with Azad Foundation. I'm a manager for Research Advocacy and Communication, same team as Amrita. And now Amrita will begin our presentation.
Thank you, Paridhi. So I will be sharing my screen and putting it on full screen. The topic of our presentation is about women in transport in India, and we are going to talk about expectations for equitable workplaces in transport. We are from Azad Foundation. Beginning the context. In India, almost half of India's population are women. However, starting from say 2006 to 2019, there's been a severe decline in the workforce participation rate of women. So even in 2006, it was almost 36%, and now in 2019, it reduced to 18%. And of course, we can't say post-COVID because we are still in the era, in the time of COVID, but COVID has further reduced or impacted the workforce participation of women. Also, 1 in 3 women face violence in their lifetime, and this has also been exacerbated during COVID, as we know. During even the idea of mobility, because of the gendered norms, there is a huge restriction on mobility, and the burden of unpaid care work falling completely on women restricts their access to education and therefore to training and to work, or to productive work for that. Women do contribute to work in their households. Women do contribute to a lot of areas of work which are not counted as productive work. In fact, one of the reasons for declining workforce participation in public transport are considered unsafe for women. So, in this context, we are situating the need for women to be part of the transport sector, so as not to create work opportunities for themselves, or decent work opportunities for themselves, but also create safer public spaces for other women. As we had said, we are going to be talking from the experience of practitioners in the transport sector, and these include women bus drivers, women in e-commerce jobs who are driving scooties and two-wheelers, and bus conductors. As I had said, women largely fall in the informal sector, and during COVID, we've seen that about 92 million jobs were lost in the informal sector. So, in comparison to these are statistics from India, in comparison to 7% of men who have lost their jobs, we have seen that 37% of the women have lost their jobs in India. While men got re-employed in the informal sector, women could not get re-employed. Out of every 10 women have lost their jobs and continue to remain unemployed on account of the increasing burden of work and household work. In fact, this has contributed to the decline in the female labor force participation. In India, there's also a digital gap of 21% in access to internet, access to use of mobile, due to restrictions or gendered restrictions that it will harm them. That impacts their access to education, access to training, which is online. So therefore, the situation is very grim. In this context, I would like to present before we start our formal presentation, I would also like to introduce who we are. We are from an organization called Azad Foundation in India. We are almost a pan-Indian organization, I would say, because we are present across India, as you can see from the map, both directly and in alignment with our partners. Partners who take our construct, our work construct, or the idea of women with wheels forward in their own ways. So while we are present in and Chennai and Kolkata on our own, through partners, we are also present in Indore, Ahmedabad, Bhubaneswar, and Lucknow. So this is our spread. What do? We mobilize, train, and equip resource-poor women to become professional chauffeurs. And we also work with men and women to create supportive spaces in the community that support women to work. Along with this, we in alignment with our livelihood partner, Sakha Consulting, we also give women access to opportunities for livelihoods in the transport sector. I will now hand it over to Paridhi, my colleague, to take this conversation and this process further. Over to you, Paridhi.
Thank you, Amrita. So, taking Amrita's sharing forward, so as we can see that globally as well, transport as a sector does not have space for women. So one of the primary reasons is how work is segregated basis gender. This gender division of work, where men work outside and women are supposed to take care of the household, impacts women's entry into spaces such as transport professionally. A study conducted by Azad showed that 83% of women who wanted to join training for professional driving faced objection from their families, as it was considered not a job for women. So this norm, this mindset forces women to constantly negotiate at different levels just to consider taking up a job in this particular sector. They face backlash from family, communities, and because they are disrupting the social norm. And even if they're able to enter the training and eventually a job, their peers who are primarily male do not receive their entry well. So women are accused of, not paying attention to their own work, which is supposedly the household work. So as an organization which works in the recognize the need that there is a lack of information and a lack of supportive structure. Therefore, we invest highly in mobilization, not just by reaching out with information on driving as a career for women, but also actively engaging with community to create an enabling environment where women not only receive support to enter the sector, but sustain in it as well. Now, even when a woman manages to enter training, the system she encounters is yet to open up. For example, as we can read here, a bus driver was scheduled from 3 a.m. in the morning. Now, most Indian cities do not have public transportation running at night. So, such an order, such a government order excludes women by not acknowledging issues specific to them like accessibility, safety, convincing families, managing the household. Next, enter the transport sector as for training or for job. They are not just working, but they're constantly fighting, challenging these conditioned mindsets. So when they go for trainings or tests, the general mindset is that women are not efficient to handle machines. So their capability is questioned. They often get to hear things like, will you be able to do it? Are you sure? Don't be nervous. So this is also counterproductive to the confidence of women who are entering the field. Further, the policy provisions are also quite exclusionary. For instance, there's a height criteria for drivers in most of the state transport corporations. For example, the height criteria is 5'4". Now, in a nation with high rates of malnourishment and a gender bias also exists, can we expect that the average height of women would be 5'4"? So if we really want women to enter the transport sector, if there is an intent and we want to enact on that intent, one of the things can be to have a separate, different height criteria for women. So even in this age of automation, rather than the system bringing more inclusion, women are expected to fit in. So a bus driver from Uttar Pradesh over here shares that while the bus she drives on road is a new bus and it has adjustable seats, so therefore she's able to reach the ABC paddle. The one she trained on was an old one. So this kind of impacted her training as well. And in terms of policies that are there, so under the Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act, BTC has the State Transport Corporation has a complaints committee which is at the headquarter, but it is not at the bus depot level. Also, most of the women who are in the system as drivers or conductors, they are not aware of the complaints committee or what is the procedure for what is the procedure to be followed if there is a case of sexual harassment. They're also not aware if there are any maternity benefits or what are the maternity benefits that they are entitled to. So the policies in this sense are made general, they are general and made with the idea of just men as drivers, and they're quite exclusionary in nature. Next. So as we said that even if the intent is there, the policies and the mindset creates sort of a mismatch. So for example, in a recent advertisement by a state transport corporation, the advertisement was for bus drivers, and they also announced a quota for women bus drivers. Now, well, this is a welcome step, but due to the height criteria that was there was general. There was no different height criteria of women, and therefore the advertisement received no applications. Even and at the local level of bureaucracy, and these are the people with whom the women drivers are dealing with on a daily basis, they're also not sensitized towards realities of women. So is there an understanding of various responsibilities of women, the burden of unpaid care work that they have in their families, the need for women's safety, the negotiations that women bus drivers are making with their families? But since there's a lack of understanding, there's a lack of sensitization, these realities are often misconstrued as unprofessionalism on part of women, or they're doubting their capability to work as well as men. And that's why as we have shared, you find statements like women are just in a rush to finish their jobs and run home. So as we said that the intention is there to have more women in the sector, but the policies, our attitude is not conducive enough for them to sustain in the sector. Next. And another manifestation of the gender insensitive, the gender insensitive policies is the infrastructure. Now the infrastructure, which primarily includes toilets, restrooms, changing rooms. Now even if they are if you start with toilets, even if there are separate toilets for women, they are either mostly defunct or they are not, they're not clean, they're unusable, and even if they're usable, they're not safe. And as we can see in the picture here, one of the ladies' toilet in one of the depot is locked only. So, and even when drivers are en route, and this can be bus drivers or commercial cab drivers, when they are en route, there's a lack of safe and clean public toilets for them. So at one hand, it definitely impacts their health, but on the other hand, lack of access to such facilities deters women from accessing their work and their public spaces. And next. And because the infrastructure is quite gender insensitive, or it is not paying heed or acknowledging the needs of women in that sense, it also impacts their safety greatly. So and some of the drivers that we have worked with and talked to, they share that harassment is almost a everyday thing, and they're quite not only they're just used to it, but they're also finding ways around it to be able to sustain in the sector. But so one of the commercial cab drivers in Delhi shared that until and unless the harassment they're facing is not of a major level, which would, in their words, would mean maybe a woman being sexually molested or even raped, until then, though, no action is taken. So for everyday harassment, the so-called everyday harassment like staring or comments, there is no grievance redressal mechanism. There are no facilities like panic buttons in their vehicles or any specific emergency helpline numbers. So the only place they can call is the police, and the response rate there is quite low. So even especially for commercial cab drivers, because they're also driving late in the night, and they are also going, in the suburb areas, there are no proper street lights there. They face issues of deserted roads, not being able to find way out of there, and then being stalked, being chased by male drivers. So these kind of issues are not seen as major issues, and therefore there is no. So companies are not taking any. They would say things like, if nothing has happened, so we won't take action. So for them, something major has to happen to be able to take action. At the same time, so here as we can see in the picture also, she's the only female driver in Delhi Transport Corporation, and she shares that that I have changed the way I look, in a sense, that I now only wear certain kinds of clothes which make me look more like a man, so that I don't catch much attention towards myself, so that, and this is based on her experience of when she used to drive a three-wheeler auto rickshaw, and again, she faced a lot of harassment from passengers, from, fellow drivers on the road. And so from here, we understand that, she has somewhere negated her identity to be able to fit into the system, to be able to sustain in the system. Yeah.
Taking on from Paridhi, she has highlighted some of the challenges and some of the issues that women in transport have shared. But these issues are more highlight the fact of how gender inequitable the entire transport system is. In fact, we have been at Azad, and we've been trying to engage with the system, and recently we are in the process of doing an evidence-based advocacy to engage more women in public transport as bus drivers, and to get more advocates around it. We have been doing an evidence generation through which we have found that most of the women in transport already are talking about equal opportunities in public and private transport. Equal opportunities that talk about, like 50% have said that if there is information, there is training, there is infrastructure, and there is access to jobs. Now, in terms of opportunities, there are opportunities that are being made available. For example, under the electrification and under the green revolution that's happening right now in the cities and electric vehicles, there have been opportunities like quotas for women. Quotas for women to purchase electric vehicles and drive on the roads. But when you give quotas for women without access to easy finance mechanisms, in a situation where women do not have access to resources, let's consider the situation because we've seen that women are not in the productive jobs. So their access to resources vis-a-vis men is lesser. In that situation, if the quotas aren't followed by easy access to financing, will women be able to access these jobs or buy these electric vehicles and get into these jobs? It is a question that I think we need to ask ourselves, and we need to position these questions. During lockdown, we also had a lot of women in e-commerce. A lot of women who came into e-commerce and because of this entire gig economy and the fact that it is flexible, women can get jobs there, and it is almost like an informal job, informal sector. So, but with flexi time, so women can access this sector. E-commerce sector did open, but within that, how did the e-commerce sector actually create flexibility was questionable, because the duration or the time period for jobs was again 8 hours. So how were women to renegotiate their household duties? Also, there were because it was a male dominated sector earlier, the access of women, the equity that women needed, the patience or the gendered spaces that needed to be created for women were missing. Similarly, as Paridhi has already pointed out, 25% of the women have talked about improved infrastructure, and where she was talking about the access to including safe and hygienic toilets, not just toilets, but changing rooms, restrooms, and functioning street lamps. So, like for example, during this evidence generation study, some of the women conductors talked to us and said that there are male changing rooms, but there are no women's changing rooms. So we have to wear our uniforms from home and keep wearing that uniform for the next 10 hours. We don't have the provision to come and change somewhere or to take rest somewhere because these spaces are so male. So the entire idea of equity is about creating gender sensitive infrastructure, creating spaces which are gender mainstream, and that in itself will be helpful in creating safer roads and safer spaces, safer public spaces for women. More women on the roads. The reason why we are talking about transport as an access point is because more women on the roads, the safer the roads or the public spaces will become for other women. Hence, the access of women within the transport sector is very, very critical. And in fact, just to end this on a more global note, in the decade of action, if we are talking about, of SDGs, of Sustainable Development Goals, access to transportation and safer and more inclusive transportation where women are part of the transport sector will not just help us reach the goals of SDG 11, which talks about inclusive cities, but also the goal of SDG 8, which talks about equitable equitable work, SDG 5, which talks about gender equality and safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amrita Gupta, who's the Program Director for Research, Advocacy and Communications, Azad Foundation, Women in Transport, India Experiences and Expectations for Equitable Spaces. We also had Nancy Mbaura and Paridhi Yadav. I can see from the chat that there's some questions that had been asked for Paridhi, and she's been able to to give her remarks on the same. I don't know if we have the rest of the panelists online to be able to answer some of the questions that are going to be raised to them. Do we have Amrita or Paridi?
I am online.
You are? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Someone had asked about how do you work with, this is Lucy Kihonje who asked, how do you work with women families to get their support to allow the women to join in the industry? And I just want you to reiterate your answer to her for those of us who are not able to read from the chat your answer. Amrita?
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay,
thank you. So, like I had written, we work in the communities. We constantly work in the communities, supporting these women to reach out to their families, because it takes a lot of convincing that is required for the families. So, helping them negotiate with the families, working with the men in the communities as well for behavior change, enabling women to come out and work. So this work is an ongoing and continuous work on the part of Azad Foundation. And whenever a woman encounters any issue, we support her to overcome that with her family, as in intervene and help her negotiate with the family. Also, we help these women get access to information, to their documents required. So for a licensing process, documentation is required. Documentation regarding citizenship, documentation regarding access to, what education levels do you have? So Azad actively helps them reach out and get these documents, get access to these documents. So in the long run, what happens is that the community also sees a benefit, because we are constantly present and negotiating and helping and assisting. So that process helps our women sustain their training. You want to add something, Paridhi? Thank you.
Is Paridhi going to add something? Oh, yes, thank you. Hello, can you hear me, Paridhi?
Yes.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Oh, yes, yes. Amrita had asked you if you wanted to add something to her sentiments.
No, I said no, nothing to this one. Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, do we have questions from the live audience to them? No? Okay, then I'll give you this opportunity, Amrita and Paridhi, to just give us your parting shots. What is that one thing that you want us to leave this conference with?
Should I go ahead, Paridhi?
Please.
Yeah. Something that I had already said in the last slide when I was explaining this last slide, I think the potential of having women as part of the transport sector is huge. And in terms of the SDGs, if we look at it, if the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'm saying this more because we are in the decade of action of Sustainable Development Goals, we cut across 3 SDGs with women being in transport. And that is SDG 11, where we are talking about equitable spaces, and 11.2 specifically, which talks about gender equitable spaces and access to safe spaces, which women in transport can ensure. We are talking about SDG 8, which is decent work opportunities for women in transport. And we are talking about SDG 5 specifically, which talks about gender equality. So gender equality, safety can be ensured by having more women in transport. I think that is what I would want the conference to deliberate on. How can we ensure that more equitable spaces can be created, more equitable infrastructure can be created, so that women can access these spaces within the transport sector, where women are currently not being able to access. Thank you.
And Perry?
Just adding to Amrita's point. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. It's okay.
Yeah, sorry, there was a lag. Yeah. So just adding to Amrita's point, we need to work at maybe every level to be able to ensure that women not only enter but sustain in a sector which is not open to them yet. And as somebody had even asked this question, that how do you help women take that first step? Because I think that would be for women to enter. Engagement, yes, has to start with women, but also with simultaneously, with their families, with the communities that they're from. Otherwise, entry only becomes a challenge.
Thank you very much, Paridi and Amrita. That was Reduce Inequalities, and we've had such an informative session. We thank you very, very much for even tuning in to be able to take in the questions. I want to take you back to Nakuru. And Nakuru Municipal Board, in collaboration with the partners including Flown Initiative, are promoting a Just City Principles, started the journey towards New City Vision in 2050. New City Vision 2050 through an engaging dialogue in Nakuru. This dialogue, while saluting the new city status, due attention to the need to incorporate the core principle in the Just City. So we'll take you back there, and the session they were taking us through is urban mobility. And the questions we asked is, what are the current mobility concerns and challenges which moderator 5 opportunities exist to transcend this as we move towards a just and inclusive mobility system.
Status and things that have been of concern to us that we would also like to see addressed. One of them is the zoning of the city. If we make everywhere an agricultural land, and so we'd like to see planning, because we're in the city, we need to eat too, we need to supply too. But if everybody is allowed to buy every other land and put up something there for business, very soon we might see encroachment of even our spaces for agriculture. So this is something that we'd like taken into consideration. Let us zone out some places exclusively for agriculture. Then we have also industrial zones where we do manufacturing. And it is not every place that is an industrial place, because some of them could really affect the environment and the people there. So we are looking at some the planning to be done in such a way that even the industries, there is a place that is zoned for them to be put for the investors to be able to construct. Right now, with the city status, Nakuru is very attractive, even by the name. So we'll see each and every person wanting to come over to invest somewhere. And because of the need for money, I'm seeing an encroachment even in residential areas where people are coming in and starting to put up business premises. But can we have proper zoning of residentials, industrial places, agricultural places, and all that we need? We also need, we have partnered with the Ministry of Environment. I think my colleague is here. And we want to see waste management. We are putting up bins, but we'll need county engagement to educate our people to use those bins so that we can be able to make sure that our waste is collected and collected properly in terms of paper, glass, the waste is segregated. Then we have the cemeteries. I've not heard anybody mention it. The cemeteries, we need to zone an area. And for us, we feel the county is moving so slow. Investors are coming in and buying land and starting their thing. If we don't move fast enough to purchase land for the future, we might find out that there will be nothing like that within our county. So can we move quickly to purchase land to foresee this thing that is inevitable? Death comes. And so with the parking, we have seen it is, straight parking. But how many vehicles can straight park in our small town? Do we go back to the angled parking to accommodate more vehicles? Because we're going to see a lot of traffic coming in. And our town is not that big. but can we look at a way whereby we can be able to have more parking within the CBD as people come in, or also think of extending the outskirts of the CBD. We grow those areas so that also we might have business taking place and not everybody is where they used to be. We need schools for the children as people come in to work and to invest and to work in the factories. We need schools, county, we need that engagement, that planning. How many schools have increased apart from those ones that were built by Moi? It was very good with schools and churches. But can we also look at that at the future? We want something that is comfortable as manufacturers, that our workers will be comfortable, their children will be within, and there'll be security, I would repeat, security has been mentioned. One last thing. We heard of a I don't know if it's a flyover along the highway. We have our reservations for that because our road is not that big. We don't have the space we need. And there was a recommendation from one of the consultants to use the railway space because it's a lot and it is not used as it should be. Can we borrow that space instead of demolishing or maybe conveniencing our small highway within the CBD? Because it comes with insecurity, it comes with environmental effects. People will start peeing everywhere. We're going to have a lot of urine smell, waste as people throw over. Passengers, motorcycles, bicycles will have no place. And as we have heard from the UN, women and children will have a very difficult time in either crossing or using. We will present that to you for consideration, and we hope that it will also be looked at to see that we have a future plan with us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's clap for that. Thank you so much. I think that's a very powerful statement, very strong suggestions around zoning. And I think as we speak mobility, we also have to look at the connectivities. How do you connect these different dots? So if you have industrial zone, school zone, parking bays and everything, how do they fit into the pure mobility cycle? So that our tuk-tuk and boda and matatus are not clashing. But I'm happy I see the chair of Matatu Association and tuk-tuk sitting together. So there's no clash. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barry. So we'll take one last comment there, and I'll come back to you, I know, but let's take that last comment and then we try and proceed on. Please come. Your name and then you can make your contribution.
Okay, my name is Grace. Thank you for our panelists. They were very articulate to the issues at hand. Mine will be very brief. That is, when we do the planning, especially on mobility, we like to incorporate the climate urban smart innovations, technologies to be integrated in the planning. Because most of the time as we plan, we do not incorporate other aspects that will come to haunt us after that. For instance, if you are like our Muhesh says on the issue of coming up with high-rise building, how sustainable are they? If they are not incorporated in terms of green technologies, we are going to have an effect of urban heat island. So we're supposed to make sure, I guess, as I develop this, what are the inclusive considerations on matters of environmental soundness? The other one is the issues of security, the mobility. You have, as for the mobility purposes, is to make sure that there's security. I'm well sure that I'll reach where I'm going. The connectivities of the utilities I'm intending to use. For example, if I'm coming from 58, I'd like to go to the market. I don't have to pass any other place, taking all that time. I have to go straight to the market, go back to my home. If I had other activities in which I'm not interrupted by other things. So it has to ensure that I have security. It is connected enough, and whatever is expected of me at that particular time, it is efficient and effective to satisfy my requirement at that particular level. Then the issue of a participatory approach, whereby like everyone else is not ready or they do not understand, because we do not incorporate them when we are making decisions. When we want to have sound and sustainable decision making in the planning aspect, we need to bring people on board. For example, the way people are included in this meeting. How sure are we the same information gets to the grassroots level or to the people who are the consumers of this planning as it comes out? So we have to ensure that it's not only right now the people that are maybe representing a certain group. We have to get to the very people who will be the consumer of this planning or the mobility itself. So we have to ensure that at every step there is participatory approach, and stakeholder mapping is very key. So everybody is a stakeholder in this. We can look on models or ways we can be able to reach everyone. The other one is incorporate the issues of integrated water management or a SCODI city approach, whereby we are coming up with new roads or other aspects. Those roads can be an avenue or an opportunity for us to tap other benefits. For example, a road can be used as an area where you can be able to harvest surface runoff. The same can be used to green our areas, and also the green area that we have been able to put across within the road reserves. The other one is on information sharing. How well are we in information sharing? Because even the Bible says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. If you do not have the right information, you will not be able to make the right decision. So that one is very important. On also the issue of mobility, we should be encouraging more of people walking and mass transportation. So provide that avenue for people to be encouraged to use mass transportation. And with us, we reduce congestion, we reduce pollution, and at the same time, we have the other concept is urban renewal. Yes, there are areas that we've been able to do things that maybe will not be compatible with the setup of the city. How well are we prepared to ensure that we renew or we come up with more integrated and more effective way of maybe making it better than it is today? So we have spaces that are not being utilized, or we don't know the owner or something like that. It is the best avenue for us to be able to explore and ensure that we incorporate all the facilities or all the potential that we have as a city. And in the long run, we always attain sustainable development.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you so much, Grace. Let's give a clap to all the three contributors from Kenya Institute of Planners, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Paris, and Grace from the institution of the county. I think they've been very rich contributions. I don't see them as direct questions to the panelists, but I see them as adding value to what the panelists have already shared with us. So if you allow me, I would invite our panelists to then kindly leave the stage. And I also want to recognize the presence amidst us of our county attorney, Karibu Sana. We really appreciate you finding time to join us. And Waziri, who has been here with us earlier. So she's one of us in the house. Waziri, welcome back to the house. And we want to proceed with this conversation. And at this point, as we allow, I will invite David Kuria to please, sorry, let me invite, pardon me for that. Let me invite the city manager, Banagitao, who's here, to come and stand where I am. And David, kindly usher the attorney and Waziri and yourself onto the platform so that we can have a very, very short conversation and allow the county attorney to speak to us. At this level, I want to I'd recognize the presence of the city manager. He has joined us. I know he's been doing a lot in the background. When I get out, I want to hand this over to you for this short session to invite the city attorney, the county attorney to speak to us. Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you very much. All protocols observed. as we introduce Getao Tabanje. We are so much grateful for this event. And, mine is very simple, to just introduce the panelists that are here, but we are going to have an address by the county attorney. So at this point, allow me with respect to invite the county attorney to address us. Karibu.
Thank you. Our director was here. My colleagues present, the CC member for Public Service Training and Evolution, the chairman of the subcommittee of the city urban planning, Mr. Ngoni KK Kamau Kuria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is our second city dialogue towards the City Vision 2050. We had another, I can't remember the date, 3 weeks ago. This dialogue has come at the nick of time. I'm sure it had been organized before the grant of or the conferment of city status to Nakuru. Just to remind you, the chairman, our governor chairs the Urban Planning Committee of the Council of Governors. He has been awarded the best friendly governor in terms of business in the entire continent, because we have been attracting investments in Nakuru, in roads. And recently, the Association of our Fiscal Planners in the Republic honored him as the best governor in the Republic. And I think that brings us to the fact or realization that we are in the right forum. Therefore, there is need to have more people-oriented planning that will enable us to reduce traffic or to decongest our city. Proper mobility planning will reduce mobility disruptions during the pandemic. You will recall that when we experienced the first cases of COVID, our governor took very early steps to ensure that we decongest the CBD. But just to remind you that even before that thought came up, in our strategic plans at the county, we actually intended to carry out those activities, but with time. If you look at the strategic plans that have been approved even by the county assembly, and the governor has been saying this, we cannot develop as a county by only one street. We have been engaging other stakeholders to acquire more land for purposes of putting up a modern bus park. And I want to report that in the regeneration program that the Director Kamau came up with, we have managed to secure 10 acres in the southern side of our city to do a modern bus park. We have done a temporary one opposite Gatehouse that is going to be utilized in the intervening period. And just to demonstrate the intermodeling director We have the market, the 600 million market that is coming up down there. So we should be having in our minds the intermodeling of business. There is another market that will come up soon. His Excellency the Governor has already secured funds. We want to see out of the 10 acres that we have secured on the southern part, whether we can accommodate another market. So business opportunities are opening up. But we are alive to the fact that we cannot rely on such kind of traffic without allowing our population to have non-motorized traffic within the city. And I think we can report that the board, the city board, has developed programs for non-motorized traffic in our city. We have also deliberately engaged in the greening programs to ensure that we reduce the forest of concrete in our city. The call for just city approaches in planning through structured dialogues of key stakeholders cannot be gainsaid because it brings together the experts, agencies, and service providers. Our constitution requires that we consult widely. It's no longer government to people, but a consultative process. That is why even the private sector has been given an opportunity to give their views, to give their suggestions. We know that as we develop as a city, we'll attract more investments, we'll attract more opportunities, and the jostling for positions may pose a very serious challenge in terms of our fiscal planning. That is why we are calling upon all our stakeholders to give their contribution to ensure that we build a just city, a city where we can live, where we can work, and where we can enjoy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this distinguished opportunity to thank the director, Pansian, and the entire fair setup for the sponsorship of both the first and the second dialogue. We look forward to more of this so that we build our city together. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And at this point, my colleague is going to take over for the next session. Thank you very much. I think that speech was so inspiring. I don't know how to start thanking you, but Tony, you have hit the nail on the head. And I like your last statement. You know, we're looking at a city where to live, work, and enjoy. So it's not just about living and working, but you have to enjoy. And to live and work and enjoy, we need good connectivity. And I think that's a spirit that has been discussed here since we started in the morning. So I want to just ask if we have, and this is going to be very brief because Waziri has told me they have a very short moment. So if we have any pointed questions that would want to field before we allow them to take their leave, I would want to take that now. I saw a hand up from Engineer Arthur, who's joining us online. Engineer Arthur, if you can hear me, your hand is up. Did you want to ask a particular question or make a contribution?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Program Coordinator, for the opportunity. I really appreciate the fact that we are discussing this at the onset of Nakuru becoming the city. And myself, I'm Engineer Arthur Matthew. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm a consultant. And when you look at the security system that we are discussing about mobility now, street lighting is an important aspect of what we should take into account so that we can increase what the UN Habitat said about women protection and gender violence and security system in the mobility system. Security lighting is important and should be appropriately designed to such an extent that it provides uniform lighting that will enhance the security system in our city that has been developed recently. Now, basically, when you drive on our roads, basically when you're coming from maybe like Kipia side or this other side, you know, from Kabarak side, you will find that the lighting distribution is not as good because you find that you see as if it's a balm when you drive at night, but when you approach, it's not a balm. It was just a light shadow. You know, it really distracts and poses some security issue and safety aspect of the road. So basically, I'm a lighting designer, and I've done several lighting around the country, and I worked with the Ministry of Public Works. And this one is a point of interest when it comes to mobility. We need to put into account the lighting system. The street lighting also is not exception where we talk about security, because adequate lighting to ISO standards and now occupation health and safety standards as far as lighting is concerned is something that need to be put into account as we develop the planning strategy for this our good city now. Maybe
thank you so much, Engineer. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you, Engineer. We get the point and we really appreciate. And I think those are good suggestions. One quick comment from Bastian. We had a mobile microphone. Who's holding it? Please, just bring it over to Bastian. And then as Bastian prepares his comments, we'll prepare to just give us some insights, very brief ones, before we can then call this panel for next. Bastian, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, George. Don't worry, this won't be another 10 minutes input. I just want to comment on the speech of the county attorney. I mean, since you don't enjoy ourselves, then I would like to comment on that. I mean, first of all, also, I've known that I can call you KK, David. The Nakuru Vision 2050 on paper is a very good document, and it has lots of potential. And now this discussion is about filling it with life. What I listened to in the first panel with my two fellow speakers, that of course the Nakuru city, the Nakuru county, wants to attract business, wants to attract tourists, more visitors, and it wants to attract more of the conference business, steals it or takes it away a bit from Nairobi. At the end of the day, it's about economic growth, and therefore, and this is what I think my brother Miranda said, we need effective and reliable services. We need security, we need safe services, and I agree with that as well. But I would like to encourage all of us in the room, the officials of the Nakuru County as well as the Nakuru City, let's be brave and let's be even more visionary. And let's provide visitors, business investors, not only with the experience of effective and reliable services, but with the experience of Nakuru being a just city, where people can flourish and where people can prosper, and where services are not only effective and reliable, but based on. So that is what I would like to use as another offer to the city attorney, said the county attorney said, okay, thanks for the FES support. As I've mentioned it before you entered the room, we would like to stay on board for the next 5 to 8 years. But I would like to encourage all of you, although I have learned that the list of challenges, it's long. So I know that you all have a very, very tough job ahead. But let's try to be visionary and make the experience of Nakuru not only an efficient and reliable one, but a just one, where people can, as the city county attorney said, enjoy themselves. Thank you very much, George.
Thank you, Bastian. I think when an offer is repeated, it is heavy. so I'm sure the county attorney will be writing to you soon to invite you for a coffee consultation. Thank you so much, Bastian. That's really appreciated. David, would you want to, as a consult, was there a hand that needs a very burning question? And please make it 1 minute only. Be kind, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity, and congratulations to the Nakuru leadership for your elevation to a city status, and FES for inviting us to this consultative session. So I have 3 things that I just want to mention, that even as we design, now that Nakuru has become a city.
Can you get the name, please?
Oh, my name is Arnold Kipchumba, and I'm a project officer for the Kenya Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Project. So I'm looking at so I'll give an example. Nairobi, with a population of 5 million people, maybe 1 million people are driving. So when we are designing transport systems, should we be designing for the 4 million people who are not driving, or for the 1 million people who are driving? In case of Nakuru, for example, population of 570,000 people, yeah? So now, as we are designing road systems, should we be designing for the larger population or for the smaller population? So I feel this gives an opportunity to Nakuru County that even as we move forward to design systems, transport systems, that we should foresee population growth, and we should design systems for the people who are not driving, but the people who do not have, means of transport, so that then transport system would be available to them. And I think in this discussion, it would also have been good to have Kenha and Kura in this discussion, because I know some of the roads are being constructed by Kura, others by Kenha, and others by county government. So sometimes it's very good to sort of have an integrated system, so even as we're designing the road systems. Number 2 is, in the work that we are doing, we are focusing on reducing short-lived climate pollutants. And one of the short-lived climate pollutants is black carbon, which is, from vehicular emissions. And black carbon, for example, poses a risk to climate change and also to health. So there's an aspect of human rights. So even as we design this road system, so can we also ensure and incorporate aspects of transport mitigation so that we reduce emissions from transport networks? The other one also is that Nakuru is very progressive when it comes to NMT. And it's very good. We have a very nice stretch on the road down there. I don't know what it's called, where NAC is. But when we go to those non-motorized networks that have been created, you find a car has parked, a tuk-tuk has parked, somebody is selling tomatoes there or something. So how do we also enforce that we ensure that these people do not disrupt the networks that have already been constructed? And then sometimes you follow the network, it just ends up roughly, you end up with the roads where the pedestrians supposed to go after that. So I think it's also very good that we focus on that so that there's enhanced connectivity of these network coverages.
Thank you, Arthur.
Last question. So now this is a question. Is then how then we ensure a culture of change so that people respect the NMT transport networks that have been constructed? How do motorists respect zebra crossing? So this brings the questions about enforcement and jaywalking. In the case of Dubai, for example, there are immense fines that are, so if you're on jaywalking, you pay. So how can we enforce these things to ensure that we have this culture of order as opposed to now everybody competing with the road? Sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Arnold. Good contributions. I think in the first dialogue, Director Kuria, if you can remember, the engineer from geothermal was telling us about vehicles that are pollutant-free, and that's perhaps potentially looking at what's coming in the future. So this dialogue series are building onto each, and we'll keep trying to pack the different things from the dialogue so that we mirror what has also been put on the table. But thank you so much, for those contributions. I think the last question, perhaps as Waziri would be responding, she may want to speak to that. Waziri, welcome, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll comment a bit on some of the issues I've picked. And one of them I'll start with is the street lighting, which was raised by, is it Engineer? We've already
Yes,
done as a
Engineer.
county, we've already done an audit on energy for the whole of our city. We have a report which we are working on, and we are looking at sustainable energy solutions. Because if you realize, and we all know, electricity is very expensive. And to light places, whether streets, home, or everywhere, we all need that electricity. So before we take a step, we've done that audit. We are looking at the best solutions to come up in terms of sustainability. Then we can proceed in terms of street lighting. For now, we're still maintaining and adding the ones we have. I think, as you can see around, once that is done, I think there'll be a big improvement in terms of street lighting. The second one is, he talked about as you're driving to town, some areas are also dark. Most of us are aware about the new highway, which is coming in. I think somebody commented about it earlier in the morning, and I've heard him talk about it, where he has said we need some stakeholders like the Kera, or Kempa, as they're doing the road, to enable us agree in terms of lighting and all that. That is something also we are considering, and we've been having meetings with them and trying to put in place what we require where the highway goes. As we all know, it will go all the way from our summit to address some of the issues of lighting. The second one is, I also heard him talk about as we're talking about urban mobility, of course, it's allowing people to move using reliable, quick ways of transport solution. We talked about a place, I know it's around 15, people should be cycling or walking. No, we are all human beings, there are people trying to make a living, which is not very easy. But as Tony has talked earlier, we're also trying to come up with big markets, to be able to accommodate these people. Those are the strategies we're putting in place. If we're able to put those markets in place, we'll allow all those people, move them to that place, so that we try and have the place, if your state is designated for cycling, it's cycling. If it's a part of the first, then it's a part of the first. It will take some time, it's not overnight, but I know step by step through educating the people, because they also need to be educated and engaged to be able to accept the concept. Then we'll achieve what we want to do.
Thank you so much, Waziri. Director, some quick comments.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon. To pick up from the comments of the brief keynote address by our attorney in the county, and say that, especially for those who are participating in this service for the first time, as we mentioned in the morning, is that this is the second series of dialogue. We are intending actually to see whether in the next 2-3 months we could hold up to almost 10 dialogues, very sectoral. This is the first sectoral dialogue looking at issues of urban mobility. And the reason is, one actually is that this is a critical thing. We have different actors here that we call to come and engage. And the main essence of these dialogues, particularly to the new citizen, is actually for the key actors to provoke, the city board, because then the city board will need to take action, but we also don't want to sit in the boardroom and start developing these sectoral plans. So you are very important here, and that's why we have our city MCs also purposely to come and provide some insight, direction in terms of policy direction as we move along. So the key thing here, attorney, is that we are looking at the entire value chain of mobility, from the consumer, the manufacturer, the transportation sector, and that's why we have tuk-tuk, border, and matatu. We will get the buses, and most likely the next time we have the buses and the train, the Kenya Airways. We are looking at the economics sector, and that's the business sector in Nakuru, logistics, the county government, presented by Waziri here, Attorney, the national government, and we'll be calling all the key agencies, the KENHA, KULA, KEDA, that are relevant, including the KA, the aviation, because all these are aspects of mobility. And the environmentalists, I think we have quite a good number here that have been based in environmental concerns and the issues of climate change, which is real, and also the roads experts, including our own from the county government and the national government. So we're looking at a and the enforcers are here, the commandant is here with us, so that then the challenges of enforcing, we need to make her life a bit easy by getting things or the infrastructure or the planning light so that all of us are complying, so that she doesn't spend all her time on the roads chasing us as motorists. Now, I think moving that direction, and we have been talking about inclusive cities. The whole agenda is, this is the newborn city. So we are at the right time where we are saying, can we put the plan right? And the whole agenda is towards the bigger vision for Nakuru City, Vision 2050. So we need to provide that framework for the next 30 years so that the next generation can just pick it up from there and develop. So I was just giving context of where we are coming from. So there will be other services, including the manufacturers, who will be sitting and scheduling a specific one on raised issues of zoning. And so we will get the key actors in business, the manufacturers, and try to think about this city as our city. And I think with that direction, by April, we should have a very rich document that we can now start working on the Vision 2050. Director NTSA, Karibu Sana, these are key agencies, national government agencies, that we want to also dialogue with. Thank you, Judge.
Excellent. I think Director Kuria has summed it up excellently, and thank you so much for that. Just before I allow you to take your leave, there is one question that has come from the Women Conference, WIT conference that's happening in Nairobi, and the live stream, they talk to us, so they're also listening in on us. And the question is, Nakuru City and Partners planning to allocate some of the growing infrastructure to women to manage and lead. For example, parking lots, public toilets, so that they can advocate for more inclusivity through being actively engaged in implementing the county programs. So I think it's a voice of the gender, and Waziri must be identifying that. So it's something we put on our plate, and we figured out how we consider that as we continue these particular processes. So at that point then, I would want to ask, if you allow me, for the county attorney, Waziri, and the Director Kuria to take the leave, and if they can stay on for just a few more presentations, would welcome you to sit with Bastion there. I'm sure the county attorney will want to organize that coffee date so that offer doesn't get cold. Please take your seats. And as they do that, let's give them a clap and appreciate them. Thank you so much. We have two more things that we really want to do. And this is normally the problem of number one, Friday. Because Friday people start to think I need to travel off in the afternoon. And number two, dialogues that are exciting, because then you have so much to talk about and very little time to do it in. But we have two things we want to do. We have a presentation, two presentations that are supposed to provoke us into thinking a little deeper. And we also have a group of esteemed panelists who are experts in their own fields and will be talking to us on those aspects. And I want to do a combination of these two, that I invite the panelists, starting with my good friend Vitao. Has he taken leave? I'm sure he'll join us back. But I saw Catherine come in, NTSA. Yes. Oh, you crossed here. You know, I was seeing you on this. Catherine, karibu sana. Please take a seat up here. And sorry for ambushing you just as you arrived, but I guess it's also just about the time. My good friend also, Christine, Commandant. Now, these are powerful ladies. Wakikuja si hata tupige makofi kidogo. The traffic commandant, also to join Catherine. And Mzee is chair wa Matatu operators. He's been watching me very closely, wondering when I am calling him. Tafadhali mzee, utukuje tukukaribishe hapa mbele. And you take your seat right in the middle there. Bwana Gitao, karibu. So as the panelists come, we'll be introducing them further when we field the various questions that we want them to respond to. But allow me to also let them enjoy the presentations. I'm not sure which screen then will work for you. That one, I think. From where you are, you can see that screen. Yeah? Great. So then, in the order of these presentations, allow me to introduce and invite Constant Cup from Neapolitans and also the Socially Just Public Transport Working Group. Constant Cup normally has very many cups as his name, and I'm not going to attempt to do that, to introduce and unpack him, so he'll do that. But Constant, please come and speak to us and give us perspective on how Nakuru is positioned to respond to the mobility demands. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osonga. As was said earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Constant Cup. I know that's not a very common name to hear, but just know that's my name. I am an urban planner by profession. I work as a senior product manager at Code for Africa, where we develop what we call IoT solutions for cities, Internet of Things. And I'll show you a bit of that later. I also convene a group called Neapolitans in Nairobi, where we have regular sit-downs with professionals, urban enthusiasts, just to discuss, share experience on research, work going on urban issues. So maybe now we can think of Neapolitans. This came from Nairobi Metropolitan. I'm a regular visitor to Nakuru, not professionally, but with my hobby that I can mention. On a couple of Saturdays, you can find me at Nakuru Athletic Club. So when you hear of Nakuru, I see a word I may have read that. Anyway, we're here to talk urban mobility. I don't want to keep you here for too long. And the question I'll start with is, a lot of what I wanted to say has actually been said. In fact, I think Planner Nerangi said 90% of what I wanted to talk about as a senior planner there. But understanding mobility, and one of the questions I remember from my days as a student when we were studying transportation is, we were asked, what are you moving? Okay, when you're moving, when you're talking of transport, mobility, etc., what are you moving? Are you moving people and goods, or are you moving vehicles? And that's the core question we have to ask ourselves. What are we moving? It is the people we want to move. It is the goods that we want to move.
And therefore, we have to think about the most efficient, cost-friendly, environmental-friendly means or mode that we can use to move these people. Okay, so what are we moving? How are we moving? Are we using environmentally friendly modes, cost-efficient modes, etc.? Are we falling into the trap of used demand? I don't know if you've heard of that term. Many times when we go for participatory meetings, the first thing someone will say, kuna jam huko, lazima waongeze lane. And many times we've seen those lanes being added, expanded, and the corridors become more attractive, and the number of vehicles end up piling up even more and more. Okay, so let's think a bit about that. At the same time, we also have other factors that come in. Transit, which we can talk about later, things to do with transit-oriented development. But I'll focus on something called avoid, shift, improve. And this is a theme that these are three terms we tend to use in urban mobility. Avoid, shift, and improve. When we are planning, how do we avoid the need to travel long distances? And that is where we have to bring our planners and engineers working together. Because how do we locate? I think the lady from Kenya Association of Manufacturers talked very well about how we are allocating land use. If you look at, and I'll use Nairobi as an example. If you look at, we have very key employment zones in Nairobi. We have the industrial area, the CBD, Upper Hill that's growing, and Westlands. If you look at the industrial area, there are a lot of informal settlements that are formed near there. Why is that so? It's obvious, because the industrial area employs a large number of what we may call hands-on workers. Let me use that word. Socially just with my language also. Okay, hands-on, hands-on workers who may not be able to afford to travel long distances. So where do they end up living? Within informal settlements around that area. When you go, a road like Lunga Lunga Road has over 20,000 pedestrians a day, just to inform you. Okay? And therefore, we have to think of how are we allocating that space, our industrial zone, our residential area, our low-income residential area, high-income residential area, so as to avoid the need. We don't want to get into the Nairobi situation of someone who has built a house in Syokimau, wakes up at 4 in the morning in order to be at work at 8 a.m. Exactly. Shift. We talked about avoid. Shift. Shifting to more economically friendly modes. We've already talked a lot about that. We mentioned train, the rail, we mentioned NMT has been mentioned more than anything else. NMT here talking about walking, cycling. I can also mention that I'm an active cyclist in Nairobi, and people have all sorts of questions about that, but with the necessary infrastructure, it's a very, in fact, in Nakuru it's even perfect, because you don't have the kind of hills and valleys that we have in friendly modes. Bus, rapid traffic, public transport system, and then improving. Okay? And improving with technology and other ways. I'll just ask the titles to go back to the previous slide, which shows us, this one, the model street. Okay? And this is not new to us. I've highlighted Nakuru. And we can see that the light blue, walking, will walk 10 to 20 minutes. Dark blue, walking over 20 minutes. That is over 50%. Okay? And then another large percentage, the orange, use matatu. That again, ask ourselves, who are we serving? We are moving people. This is how they move. How are we planning in order to move them according to the way they move? The small percentage there is personal car. Yet we tend to think of planning along the mindset of the personal car. I'm not against cars. I have nothing against cars, but we're just letting the statistics speak. Next slide, please. We learn a bit from the dynamics of the metropolitan genome, which shows us how the three main areas that touch urban development. The economy, social justice, or social equity, physical environment, which is infrastructure. This is like a three-legged stool. And again, that's where all of us come in one form or another. Because you have that fight, we want to bring economic prosperity, we want to set up industries, we want to set up businesses. At the same time, we have this social, and those two may clash. How do we ensure that we take care of social equity and at the same time ensuring economic growth with the correct physical environment and infrastructure? And thus the importance of governance. Now, governance structure will help a lot in developing, in bringing that together. Into too many details because we can talk about this an entire day. But from that social equity, we come now to urban mobility, the role that mobility plays. And mobility comes from an economic investment perspective. To do business, we are moving people so that they can do business. We want people to spend the least time as possible traveling to their workplace. It's not fair for somebody to spend 1 hour going to work, isn't fair? And then another 1.5 hours trying to go back home. In fact, many people found, when we started working at home remotely last year, many people just discovered that they had extra time on their hands. People ended up taking new hobbies, spending more time with their families and so on. So we have to think of mobility around that. We want to move people to do business. How can we make it more effective for that? Others are doing business. We have the matatu sector here. Tuk-tuk, you're in business. You also want returns of your investment. Okay? And then we also have to think about the previous. Yeah. Social equity issues that he ends up accessing public transport at fair money. Last week I spent the last weeks doing a bit of research around vulnerable groups in mobility. And I spent some time in Mathare, Nairobi, and Likoni, Mombasa. And when you meet PWDs, one of the things they tell you is that the problem with us is that we get to the stage and the tops tell us, you guys, your time is later. Now we're in a vehicles are not modeled around a manner in which these people can board. Same experience with the elderly. Unaenda polepole, sisi tuko na haraka. And those are key aspects of inclusivity that we have to think in. And that brings us now to what we call the pillars of socially just public transport. Okay? And these were developed by socially just public transport group. They are on your desk. I don't need to go into details explaining each of them because each pillar has a brief explanation. You know that I can explain to you how do we ensure that our public transport, our NMT systems, but our entire planning comes around these pillars. I had an opportunity to do a workshop with children a few weeks back. Kids between the age of 7 and 16 discussing travel modes. And I found it very interesting that we gave them a map and asked them to draw how they go around their neighborhood. And some of them would go, and then where you expect where you have a road and you expect the child to walk straight, they tell you, no, here we don't go straight, here we cut a corner here. Either one, they're using a shortcut, or two, they tell you here there are some notorious people who hang around, where it's dark, we avoid it. Inclusivity. A city that a child does not feel safe cannot be safe for anyone. If you cannot send your child to school on his own, hopefully assuming the school is not too far, then we cannot say that city is free for everyone. And it's the same with our elderly, our PWDs. Many of our towns in Kenya, our cities in Kenya are not really suitable for elderly people. In fact, the elderly avoid going to town, in many instances. And what do we have ahead? Again, a lot of this fortunately has been talked about. Who already has an integrated development plan? There's an existing mobility action plan. We need to focus on the voices of the unheard. Have we spent time and asked PWDs to map their journeys for us, to show us what the difficulties they go through accessing public transport, going to the shops, taking their children to school? We need to ask ourselves this. Because when we get those unheard voices, our problems are also solved. We, the able ones, who are able to just move around very, very easily. And we also have to think of other aspects. I'm very happy public space has been mentioned here earlier on, the importance of public space. If you look at the image there on your bottom right, that is an air quality sensor that we at Code for Africa, in conjunction with the Liquid Telecom and Nakuru County government, installed at Nyayo Gardens Park. And if you go to our website, census.africa, it's green, which tells you in that green, that public space, people are breathing clean air. And since I think people are making pledges in this meeting, yes, I think I'll also make a pledge that we're going to get another 10 sensors and install them in different parts of the city so that we can not as a way of demeaning, but as a way of improving the city. Again, you can see. Then we have prioritizing NMT school safety. I'll show you one or two images of a school safety zone. Working with other agencies, I'm glad this was mentioned earlier. We have Kenya Slum Upgrading Project, mobility plans into these plans of these cities. Number 7 is something that I find very close to heart. Educating, okay, I've written here some county administrators and ward administrators, but I think it goes across county administration on the importance of non-motorized transport. There are things sometimes we take for granted. And these are the people involved in developing the development plan, the annual development plan. If we are to educate them on this, they'll be going to the people and people will be speaking out. And they'll be able to educate the people. That is a very important participative process takeover or engaging. I found this quote and I'll decided just to share it here. I'm glad we have them. Somebody did a study in 96. Gentleman called Patrick Owero, I don't know him, I just came across his thesis on Nakuru. And he said that the matatu is here to stay and will continue to offer public transport services for many years to come, which is cost effective and public owned bus companies or conventional buses. And the effort should be made to incorporate it to public transport. They're not really hit with the tuk-tuk and border. But now that those other sectors are demand, how do we change our language from dealing, normally the press, or even sometimes when we talk of the matatu and border and tuk-tuk, we say we must deal with them. What do you mean deal with them? We need to change that language. And we need to change the language we must work with them to move towards a more socially just public transport. Okay? Dealing with them means, it's like, sorry to use this, it's like it's like garbage. They say deal with garbage. We cannot look at a sector like that. We must talk of upgrading, upscaling. How can we help them improve their vehicular models so that we can maximize on persons with disability to enter, elderly people, route mapping to enable proper accessibility. That's the language we need to. I'll just give a couple of examples here. I'll give 3 case studies, images. And I want to use local case studies, not case studies from abroad, not case studies from abroad, not case studies from abroad. These were posted, 3 weeks ago. Mombasa has started a school safety zone program that they want to have this kind of model see in the middle at about 8 or so different schools. Something we can learn from. They also have the red carpet where they install red tiling on all non-motorized transport, where they call it red carpet. They say that pedestrian has to be given a red carpet treatment, which I found very, very exciting from Honorable Balala, their CEC. Then we also have Kisumu, who, we have here an ablution block, something that many of our cities, I'm sorry to say I come from Nairobi, ablution blocks are only found around CBD and the outskirts, you never find them. Ablution is critical. Okay? An ablution block is not just, chombili huko wanaume na wake. No, we have to think changing stations, easy access, such kind of things. Improved pedestrian ways, and then tabletop crossings that they've also installed. Tabletop crossings like an extended bump, where someone who's crossing the road on a wheelchair can easily go through. Cars are not forced to stop completely. Okay, they just slow down and move up, and that helps also in not creating unnecessary congestion, safe crossing across the road. And then Nairobi, we have some new terminals that have been developed called Green Park Terminus. We have some cycling lanes and pedestrian paths that were done by Kura. But more than anything else, we also have now the bus rapid transit cab, which is another improved mode of public transport. That's line 1. Thika Road is also another line going to come towards CBD. And then, we'll finish up by just sharing an interest month. It was 2 months ago in October. You may have visited Nairobi and seen the pedestrianization of Mzuli Avenue that was done 2 years ago. So we spent some time talking to the business sector along that street and asking them what, and these were the results. Okay? 83% of the respondents liked the experience. Evident changes, more people were walking into shops, increased sales, evident increased sales, more people window shopping. Improvement in business was evident. Improved security. Those of you who know downtown areas, how they can be sometimes. Increased employment, increased business hours. And what I found very touching was the impact on health. Somebody, a respondent, told us, I use my inhaler less frequently. Something very important that we need to take into account. So as we think about improving mobility in the city, let's think of that more holistic perspective and approach towards improving movement of people. Remember, people don't drive into shops; people walk into shops. Okay, that's a critical thing we have to think about. So how do we get them to come closer to those shops? That's where our public transport sector comes in. And how do we ensure that every single person can end up having easy access throughout the city of Nakuru? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Constance, with very strong statements and, of course, looking at the findings that have come up. To ask our chair of the Matatu Association, hapa amesema hapo ni kwamba matatu haiendi anywhere. Matatu is here to stay. And I think as Kenyans we've come to accept that. The question now we're asking ourselves as Matatu owners, the chair of Matatu Owners Association, wewe unaona kivipi mtakuwa mmejipanga hapa Nakuru ili muwe attractive kama transportation system, ili watu wanaweza akona kilema na unamwambia saa zetu ni kwenda haraka. Sasa wewe ngoja saa zetu, kuna saa ya wengine na kuna saa vitu Matatu Owners Association into this new city environment. Kwa hizo mambo nafikiri kuna microphone iko hapo karibu. Yes, you can take it from the seat. Thank you.
Once again, kwa majina naitwa Mr. Nyoro, Vice Chairman for Matatu Owners Nakuru Branch. Hivi mimi nashukuru gavana ile mpango amepangilia town yetu. Hii town ilikuja 1966 ikiwa shamba, kwa kuna manyumba ilipanjiliwa na Municipal Council of Nakuru 1980. Sasa hii Nakuru imekuwa nikiwa karibu, imekuwa nikiona, lakini nashukuru gavana Nakuru, in fact ni kitu ya kujifunia. Wana matatu niko na wenzangu hapa, naweza simama ndio mketi. Wana matatu wale tumekuja mkutano karibuni. Yangu itakuwa kidogo sana hapa sababu tuko na ule mtu atatoa fees ya watu ya matatu hapo pale. Mimi kama mwakilishi katikuma hapa ninafurahia hiyo maneno yote. Sasa matatu wakati huu si matatu mlijua hapo nyuma. Sasa matatu imekuwa civilized, inaongozwa na watu wamesoma, si vile imekuwa SACCOS now, iko sheria. Tena wakati huu nimefurahia town structure amesema tuko na flash parking. Mimi amewani ule alifanya flash parking wakati huo hakukuwa na magari, lakini hiyo inataka iwe maana kutoshea vizuri. Upande wa matatu tulipiga kelele sana wakati tuliondolewa CBD, tukasema maneno mengi, lakini of late tumeona ile mpangilio inapangiliwa town hata itatubeba, sababu kama saa hii kuna modern stage ambao wanatuambia itajengwa kule chini, na sasa town inapanuka upande ya chini. Saa hii kuna soko inajengwa, kuna affordable houses inajengwa. Sasa tauni yetu ndio watu kae. So hili tangu hiyo ile kijana atasoma hiuzi ya matatu alafu tuendelee hapo. Sasa
where is the mobile microphone, please? Bado kuna wewe. Kuna watu wangependa kuuliza maswali. Tafadhali. Asante.
Raised about disabilities in our industry, how to matatu fall between town center and the new stages. We have not seen anything that is constructive to help our disabled people to cross that highway. So that's a big challenge, and we will follow suit how the county government will help us. We will join the special spaces for our disabled people. Secondly, we usually see this congestion in Nakuru more based on matatu industry center. Where we used to be, we have the cabs now. The cabs are operating like matatus. So the challenge of this congesting in mobility in town should be all inclusive. It should not be matatus only. It should be bodabodas, vendors based on matatus. So now, if you go to Nakuru town right now, cyclists are moving every corner of the town, and matatus are not. So it's ever congested. So that's a very big issue. I think now the city of Nakuru should consider the what, so that we can feel as much as people. We are not the only people as to avoid congestion. It should be all inclusive. Go to street vendors. They are all over in town. Matatus are not. Still congestion is there. So what I can see, matatus sometimes were used to be the hooliganism people, and they are no longer that people, those days. So let it be inclusive in a good, so that we should not just say matatus. No, we feel that down. So I think the municipal and now the city of Nakuru should consider that benefit. It's unfortunate. That's why we so resistant sometimes. Why? Because we left caves came. They are operating like us. We left to now we are going to a new stage. Our business is getting down every day. Why? Because now our faith. You see, you are being given. You can see a motorbike crossing the road in a different direction. Apart from what is there, it's dangerous. Military, the police station. A tuk-tuk, a boda, no way. Nobody is happy. So we feel so let down, and we hope now the city status will consider this very much. Now, still, go to shops in the town center. They are still congesting the town. So you can see that we feel downgraded very much. And we feel to each and every one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give him a clap. And I think that's what the brothers, Boda brothers, I didn't see a Boda sister. It's a male-dominated sphere. But I hope our brothers are listening, and thank you for giving us those points. I think the message here is inclusivity, and that's part of what we're discussing around the socially just public transport. How do we ensure that if it's something that's being managed for the sector, it's across all modes and so on and so forth. So those will be conversations we're coming to. But since you have directed some very point questions to my friends, the permanent. I want her to take it when it's still warm. Her thoughts, and perhaps if she wishes, can also respond to some of those issues. Permanent, Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mine is just brief because my other speakers have covered a bit. First of all, before I start, I think we need to start by training. Training our city officers, training the police, the traffic police. Because in essence, you can't just do something without prior knowledge. Earlier on, we had discussed with the city manager. Now the city manager, Mr. Mitau, achievement, we need training. If those officers are taken for training, they'll be able to know what to do on the ground. Like what the chairman of Mashpa said, they need to be told, they need to know when an obstacle and how to handle the situation, so that we get a win-win situation. So that no one gets harassed. The matter to be persons feel they are harassed. They'll be harassed because some of the personnel we have on the ground, either in traffic or the enforcement officers, some of them might not be knowing what's happening. So I think the training is very important for the traffic officers. We are trained already for the traffic personnel of the Kenya Police. But I'll insist that Mr. Gitaru and the team do the best that our personnel for the enforcement are well trained. The town, the Nakuru city has now become a city. The traffic personnel will not handle everything. For example, in the office, I have like 40 personnel. 40% will be covering everything. I need assistance from the enforcement officers. And when we come, kuna vile tunapangana kazi. No one will be competing with the other. But tunapangana vizuri and then the city will run smooth. We need road safety campaigns and awareness. Currently, the justice system, the judiciary is working on an alternative justice system where si kila mtu anapelekwa kotini. It's not for example, a traffic offense when kama si fatal accident, kama si serious accident. Hata fatal accident mtu akifanya ajali ile mtu amekufa, aweke kwa cell. When you wrong, if we are not aware, we are aware today, weke kwa cell. What's an accident? It's a sudden happening. Ujaamka kutoka asubuhi useme leo jenda kugonga mtu kwa barabara. Come up with something that will help. If you are not aware, ukue aware ile siku. So that ukifanya obstruction, si lazima mimi basi nikushike nikukimbize kotini. Hii nitashikwa nisipofanya hii, I'll have to do this to avoid an accident. I'll have to do this to kusaidia mwingine kwa barabara. So that if you get aware for the motorists, that's private vehicles. For example, here in Nakuru, the private motorists, they assume they're not supposed to be taught. But most of them are not aware of what happens on the road. For example, when someone has done an accident, anaenda nyumbani, anakaa, and then akianza kutathmini, kianza kumtafuta, I didn't know that I should report. That's why we need awareness. Awareness and the police now, together campaigns, do road shows, to train people on how we should handle accident victims. Accident imefanyika, mnavuta watu, mnavuta hapa mpaka hata mwenye hapo anakufa kwa simu. So we need training, we need road safety campaigns for bodabodas. We have done so many with the bodabodas. We have done, for instance, they're not aware we are supposed to cross. Is there a crossing? Ataenda mahali aruke kwa barabara akikimbia. For example, if you drive along the highway near Gateway Stage, you see a lot of watu wanavuka, pikipiki zinavuka. That is wrong. We need to make them aware of what is happening. We need to make them aware of where they should cross. Kama ni footbridge, wacha watu wapande kwa bridge, wazunguke waende hospitali. Kama ni kwa zebra crossing, vuka kwa zebra crossing so that you don't see convenience, motorists wale wako kwa barabara. And again, on personal obligations, Mimi kama polisi sitafanya 100%. Kweli. Nitafanya a certain percentage. The rest of the percentage ni wewe as a person utaifanya. Mimi nikipata hapa double parking kwa barabara, ninazuia visibility ya barabara. I'm not supposed to drive on the wrong side. I do that. That is wrong. It's a personal responsibility. Mimi nikimaliza kazi yangu jioni ama saa 2 saa 3 sinaenda person isikuwe wake ya police na enforcement peke yake ndio wanafanya. Ikuwe kazi rahisi kwetu. The third point is road signage and markings. To have good road signage. Kama ni mahali ya 50, let's have 50 kilometers per hour signpost. So that mtu akijua anaingia kwa builder area anatosha kusimama, anatosha ku slow down so that you don't get accidents of the way. So you have road signage. Zebra crossings. The signage of one way. No matatu beyond this point, no boda beyond this point. They are supposed to be there so that they help the police and the enforcement. When you umeingia mahali where you are supposed to be, that signage can help me as a police to prosecute someone. Inasaidia sana. We need to plan maybe for traffic lights in the city. Sasa tumekuwa city. Kuna streets zinatosha saa kwa man na street lighting, na traffic lights. People need to be taught on how to do those lights. Isiwake red and then mtu anakuja tu na kuingia. We need to plan on that. We need to plan on trailers and heavy trucks. They usually pass through the town. And those are the trucks and trailers that cause traffic jam kwa hii barabara ya highway. I see so many people avoid the highway wanatumia private just because Binga Road, the other side of the road, to avoid the jam on the highway. Maybe we need to plan on how to relocate the trailers and the trucks from the highway so that we have a smooth flow on the highway. Maybe I was thinking maybe we need to plan on how to deal with Gators roundabout. That roundabout is a very small roundabout. Na heavy trucks zinapita kama magari mengi kwa nchi ya China working on Gators roundabout. We have so that maybe we remove that roundabout from there. Tukue na one way to town. And then we get another route that I cannot forget to note on the new railway terminals. I was shocked to see the exits on the roundabout. Maybe I'll pose a challenge to them. I don't know how it will work. From the expert point of view, for me, that is, we might cause skills very soon. Because matatus are leaving the states. Yeye hakuna wakati wanasimama, they must exit kuingia town ya kutoka town. I think we need to work on the exit from the new railway stage. Finally, I'd love to talk about picking, dropping, and setting points. That's the decongestion of town, tricycles, that is took digital cabs, borders, and getting an alternative where they pick and drop the passengers. It is very unfair, I must say, that we have borders, we have to get digital cabs, dropping and picking their passengers from town. Maybe we should plan on how we decongest from town. They get a neutral place where they pick and drop their passengers. It's for digital cabs. There's digital cabs, digital. Kama mahali uitwe na, you hail your passengers through your online platform so that we avoid hailing passengers physically. Tuja mwingie kwa gari. Gari ndogo ya 650cc na beba watu wanne. It's because they have been given a chance to work within the town. I think the city managers will have to work on how to decongest those motorists from the town. Lastly, maybe we plan on building an interchange at Section 5. Maybe we plan to do a footbridge, because from the statistics that's where I get a lot of fatal accidents for the pedestrians. Because if you have a look from pipeline to gatehouse, there's no footprint. People have to kuruka kwa barabara na kuruka. So maybe we tuangalie hapa so that kuwe na footprint ya kusaidia watu the other side of pipeline area. And maybe an expansion of the roads. Barabara zikipungua, like we come up with a slip road that can help decongest the town. We plan for section 58 for those who drive at section 58 usually in the morning and evenings. There are a lot of discongestion, and there's only one route to the Kingdom side, the Kingdom Seekers stage. That's doing from the highway. Maybe we need to work on that. Thank you very much, and I hope for the best in the future.
Christine, are you always that soft spoken? But this is for sure. Very, very impressive. Thank you so much. I think there's some very direct suggestions that we are taking on board and very, very useful for Korea for conversations going forward. There are also messages that we need to take with us. Ni jukumu letu to behave in traffic. I don't think we need to be saying police wameenda kulala sasa tufanye vile tunataka. I think that's a very strong message we need to have. And of course, how do we join each other to have the positive campaigns? So I really want to beg your indulgence. I know the panelists may get tired sitting up here, but just give me another 15 minutes so that we finish this. There are two questions, and as I pose these questions, Engineer Njeri, if you can prepare and approach so that we can give you minutes to share with us your presentation. I'm sorry for rushing you. But there are two questions from the women in transport who are conferencing and tagged to us. One to Constant Cup. Constant, you can note this and then you respond to it at some point. What are the protocols they use to ensure SACCOs and transport companies are giving priorities to women as the Constitution states? That is 1/3 of workers should be women. That your question, Swali, jaribu kusaidia Constant here. Secondly, and this is to the association, what are you doing to promote inclusivity? You know, maybe like vehicles that are disability structured, seats reserved for pregnant women and children, and so on and so forth. I think we can note those questions and come up to them. Engineer Jerry, you want to come here, please? And then after Engineer Jerry, we'll just have questions to Vitao, the city manager, and then we'll also take questions to Catherine, not perhaps questions, but we'll allow them to make comments and then we can take questions. Titus, you ready with our presentation? Okay.
All protocols observed. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you on sustainable transport for urban areas in Kenya. I want to first congratulate the city manager and the people of Nakuru for coming. I'll start by, my name is Engineer Jerry Buru, and I'm working with an organization called ITDP, Institute for Transportation for Development Policy, and I am the country, and we're working throughout the world. We have worked with the Ministry of Transport and developed the street design manual for urban areas in Kenya, and it's a very good document which can be used for street designs. So why do we need street design standards? The first question we really must ask ourselves is, how do our people move around? And we find that for Nakuru, the CIDP for 2018-2022, it states that 64% of Nakuru city residents walk on a daily basis, and only 6% use cars. For Nairobi, 40% of the people are walking, and 41% are using matatus, and only 13% are using cars. So you can see those proportions. Our people are walking or using public transport. The other area that is very key, and that's why we need the standards, is road safety. I note from the NTSA 2019 data that Nakuru County was that in terms of road fatality. Madam has actually mentioned that they are experiencing a lot of fatalities on the road. So it's very important that we bring these numbers down. Our people are dying, and especially the young people, very energetic people. So we need to address this issue. The countries which have zero fatalities, why can't we say that as a city? What do you, the city manager? Yeah, and the other issue is that the people who die most on our roads are pedestrians. From these statistics, NTSA 2019 again, find that the pedestrians are the ones who are dying, the majority of the people who are dying on our road. So we need to ask ourselves, why are the pedestrians dying? Those are the majority of the people. And one of the reasons why pedestrians are dying on our roads is because they are not crossing facilities. This photo was taken on Nairobi Highway in Kisumu. And you can see those children having to cross a very wide road in the morning, in the evening. Chances of your child being hit by a car are so high. In fact, you can hardly go a year without a child being hit by a car. So we need to address these issues. This is Nakuru Kenyatta Highway, and you can see they move to the next level. We need to look at the existing conditions so that we can see the gaps where we need to improve. Yeah, we have observed very nice spaces in the city. This is Moi Road, and you can see very nice landscaping. Somebody's relaxing there. Another street, Kenyatta Avenue, and you can see those Jacaranda SSC we need to improve. And you can see another one there, pedestrian. Kenyatta Avenue on the upper side near the that roundabout there. It's very wide. There's so much space for cars and no space for the majority of people who walk. The main issues are accessibility, people with disability. Imagine somebody on a wheelchair. They cannot be able to use this space. The signboards are obstructed, so we need to sort out some of these issues. Then vending also, we need to dedicate spaces for vending. Some are blocking the walkways. Utility manholes are blocking the walkways. Yeah, somebody mentioned about the shop spillover, which is reducing the empty space. There are some crossings which are marking, so they need to be given facility. Yeah, somebody mentioned the parking, angle parking versus parallel parking. It has been observed that angle parking or perpendicular parking takes up so much space on the street. And you can see the pedestrians have very little space. So it's advisable that we have parallel parking so that the majority, the pedestrians, is passing. And you see in this photo, very nice walkway. And the reason why there is a wider walkway here is because we have a parallel parking. We also have an issue of people parking on the walkways. So this is an issue that the city needs to address. Since statistics, the people who are walking, has a very high pedestrian and Jomo Kenyatta following. Then there is also the stormwater drainage, which needs to be addressed. Yes, the stormwater drainage. We've noted that there are dustbins. They need a bit of a... Yeah, so we have also observed that the bicycle boarders are waiting for passengers in the morning, especially in the morning. That is Kenyatta Avenue on the other end of Village Shore. There are no parking facilities for bicycles. So that's another area that may need to be addressed. There are many bicycles. There are actually very many cyclists in the city. We counted 120 highest number. Street light, this is Moi Road. So this is an area that needs to be addressed. Then very wide intersections. With wide intersections, you find that cars are able to move very fast, making it very unsafe for pedestrians. So we need to tighten the corners so that the vehicles can slow down and people are able to cross the road. So, now let's come to inclusive design, where we include all our residents. The traditional way of designing roads prioritizes car over all the other modes of transport, public transport, cycling, walking. We need to have a paradigm shift. We need to have a more equitable approach where we focus less on the car and start to think of the majority who are walking, who are cycling, who are using public transport. And it's happening in cities around us. This is Dar es Salaam. Move to Dar es Salaam. So you can see that is they have very nice walkways, very nice public transport. So they're giving first priority to people who are walking, people who are cycling, people who are using public transport, and finally the mixed traffic. So we need to move from designing highways to designing urban streets. And the urban streets is where we focus less on the vehicles. We slow down the vehicles to make we have crossings and we have dedicated lanes for public transport and separate space for NMT. So I'll touch on that. The first top of the priority is safety for the people of Nakuru. And what studies have established is that if a vehicle is moving at 30 kilometers per hour and it hits a pedestrian, the pedestrian can escape with minor injuries. But as the speed increases, say about 60 kilometers per hour, chances of surviving are very low or very serious injuries. So we need to slow down the vehicles in the urban space. The second principle is efficient use of the urban space, the road space. We have very limited road space, and we cannot keep on expanding the road space. So you can see this road space. It's the same road space. If we just design for cars, we can only transport 3,000 people. But if we do 45,000 passengers per hour per direction, and in other cities like Colombia, Bogota, Colombia, Yeah, the third principle is universal access. So in our design, we really must take care of people with disability. Gender sensitive. Most often, women are either carrying luggage, carrying children. You have expectant mothers. So it's very important to take care of these differences. And also the issue of security, the street lighting. If the street is good for women and for children, as somebody said, then that street will be good for everybody. And there is the fifth principle of moral hierarchy. We need to prioritize the pedestrians, the cyclists, the public transport. And why? Because most of our people are walking or cycling or using public transport. These are the affordable modes of transport, and these are the modes with least impact on the environment. So I don't think I have time to go through the street elements. So I'll move maybe we'll have transformations. These have done quite a lot, and we can borrow and leave. So it's one of the last slides. Yeah, that is Kisumu. That's how Kisumu was before they implemented the NMT. And this is how it is. So you can see it's a big change, and it gives a new face to the city. This is Dar es Salaam. You can see the congestion, the cars, the people. And, this is the way it is now. The street is dedicated to public transport and the people who are walking and cycling. And towards a sustainable city, I think we need to start thinking of sustainable mobility plan, public transport reforms, car-free days, road safety week, parking management strategy. Just food for thought.
Thank you so much, Engineer. I'm very excited. I wish we had more time. Don't you feel that? Engineer Jerry, be rest assured. We shall, I know Kamau Koya wants to say something. We shall definitely be. Yeah. It's called You're Coming Back on Public Demand. So. We have had Engineer Jerry speak to us about some specific design principles, hierarchy models, a lot of it about safety for pedestrians. What we have in place, and how do these principles resonate with the work that you do? Would you share with us those thoughts in a few minutes?
Thank you very much. I want to first to appreciate the convenience of this dialogue, because it is indeed a great discussion. I think one of the most important
Thank you very much, Nakuru County, for a very informative session on urban mobility. And this is a very necessary dialogue that we are having this as we also have this 4th annual conference. This is Women and Transport Africa 2021. We want to take a very short break or lunch. We come back at 2 and continue with our program. This is just a quick reminder that our social media handles are hashtag we are using is hashtag Women and Transport Conf, hashtag Women and Transport Conf. Ngojeni kidogo.
Hello. Yes, I'm now. Yes.
Hello and welcome back to the Women in Transport Conference 2021. Remember, this is the 4th annual conference we are having, courtesy of Flown Initiative, and we are talking about women and transport, specifically in Africa. Allow me to very quickly introduce the next session, which we are launching a report by IFT, the People's Public Transport Policy, Chapter 4, Women in Public Transport. In this particular session, we're going to have Claire Clark, who's the Deputy Women. We're going to have Claire Clark, who's the Deputy Women. We're going to have Claire Clark, who's the Deputy Women Workers Federation, ITF. Just a quick reminder, our social media handles are at Flown Initiative. This is on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm told we are working here. Looks like they are reaching the masses, which is exactly what was the intended purpose for this particular conference. So we thank you very much. The hashtag you're supposed to use is hashtag Women and Transport Conf. So let's listen to this report.
Hi everyone, my name is Asita Wedraugo. I am ITF Francophone Africa and ECOWAS countries activity project coordinators, and I'm based in Abidjan in the Cote d'Ivoire. I would like to welcome you to this session and thank you for coming. Dear sister, the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, is a democratic global trade unions federation recognized as the world's leading transport. We fight passionate to improve working lives, connecting nearly 700 affiliated trade union federations from 150 countries that may otherwise is isolated, and helping their members to secure jobs, equality, and justice. We have a voice for nearly 20 million working men and women across the world. The ITF is headquartered in London, in UK, with offices in Abidjan, Amman, Brussels, Hong Kong, Montreal, Nairobi, New Delhi, and Tokyo and Sydney. The ITF also operates internationally and the following goal from part of our constitution and aspires. Everything we do is to promote respect for trade unions and human rights throughout the world. Our affiliated unions to defend the interests of their members, to also provide research and information services to our affiliates. We provide general assistance to transport workers in difficulties and also work for peace based on social justice and economic progress. Dear sisters, today's plenary session will be focuses on ITF Pupils Transport Policy, Chapter 4, Women in Public Transport. Through the different contributions, we want to understand why gender equality in public transport is important and look specifically at gender principles in public transport, way to promote women's employment, and how to end generations of public transport is vital to provide with safe, affordable, equal access to the place of work, public services, including education, childcare, and healthcare. And also, but public transport can only be gender responsive if there are women employed in the industry in every levels. And we need to ensure that women's voices, workers and passengers are present during the planning, policymaking, research, development, and operation of our systems. To achieve all of this, dear sisters, the ITF has identified 4 key demands to ensure gender equality in public transport. Pupil public transport policy that we are going to present today. Dear sisters, through the session, we will have here from women transport workers in the region. We will share their experiences in relation to the different demands contained. We will also look specifically at gender principles in public transport, ways to promote women's employment, and how to end gender-based violences. And we hope that as a result of the session, we'll be able to reaffirm why gender equality in public transport is very important for us. Dear sister, let me now introduce you someone who has more than 20 years in the trade unions activities, who is Claire Clark, Sister Claire Clark. She's the ITF Deputy Women Transport Workers and Gender Equality Officer. She will introduce the ITF Pupil Transport Policy and the gender chapters. Once again, welcome to this session.
Thank you, Asita, and I'm very pleased to be presenting the gender chapter of the ITF People's Public at this Women and Transport Africa conference. Public transport plays in the lives of women. As passengers, women rely on public transport to fulfill their mobility needs, to visit family, take children to school, and access public services and employment opportunities. And women are an important part of the public transport workforce, globally working in a wide range of roles. But as we know, public transport is highly gendered. There are differences in the mobility needs and use of public transport between women and men, and inequality exists in access to transport jobs. Women working in public transport are few in number, globally representing less than 15% of the workforce. And although women work within most public transport organizations, types of jobs they have are often highly gendered. Men traditionally hold the better paid jobs and positions of power, while women are overrepresented in the lowest paid and most precarious forms of work. Key issues facing women working in public transport include occupational segregation, inadequate working environments, conditions and arrangements, a lack of facilities, including sanitation and security measures, poor work-life balance, including long working hours and inflexible shift patterns, a lack of maternity rights, wage inequality, occupational health and safety concerns, including uniform and PPE, personal protective equipment, violence on passengers. And the needs and concerns of women are often not properly considered in decision-making. Any measures to address gender inequality in public transport must include efforts to better engage and represent women workers in decision-making. This must also involve improving access to employment for women workers through the creation of decent and secure work opportunities that attract and retain women and challenge occupational segregation. And this should be accompanied by better representation and participation of women public transport workers in unions. And together, these will positively affect all who work in and use the public transport sector. And men will benefit from these changes too. Urban public transport plays a critical role in the economic and social life of cities, particularly in a world characterized by rapid urbanization. As we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, public transport services will be vital to rebuild the life of cities. And globally, an ambitious expansion of public transport is necessary to respond to the urgent need to take action on climate change. This is an opportunity to adopt a gender-responsive approach to ensure that inequalities are not reproduced, perpetuated, or intensified. The ITF People's Public Transport Policy provides our vision for a social model of public transport that includes organisational and employment rights for workers and requires that any expansion of public transport guarantees decent jobs. The policy demands contained within relate to 6 key areas of public transport: public ownership, public financing, employment and decent work, worker control of technology, climate change, and women in public transport. Each chapter includes case studies as well as supporting campaign materials and education resources. The gender chapter of the People's Public Transport Policy provides the vision that we want for women in public transport. It looks at ways to build public transport systems that work for women as both workers and passengers, and to strengthen the role of women in public transport policy, decision-making and planning. The chapter puts forward policy demands developed by the ITF Women Transport Workers Committee. And these demands are, firstly, strengthen women's employment and promote decent work in public transport. Secondly, to end violence against women transport workers. Thirdly, to introduce technological change in a way that advances gender equality. And fourthly, involve women workers in public transport decision-making. The chapter looks at each policy demand in detail, highlighting the problems facing women in public transport and suggesting practical strategies to address them. And we will now look at each of the demands in more detail. The first demand is strengthening women's employment and promoting decent work. Women need better work opportunities to reduce the gender gap in public transport. But strengthening women's employment in public transport needs to be broader than just a focus on recruitment. There are different strategies to strengthen women's employment in the sector. These include addressing workplace issues and improving working conditions for women, ensuring that recruitment and training promote gender equality, and making sure that a gender-responsive approach is taken to the expansion of public transport. Women public transport workers can potentially benefit hugely from the development of new transport systems or changes to existing systems because of investment from public authorities, international financial institutions like the World Bank, or private investors. But women need to be represented in these developments to ensure that they benefit from them. There needs to be a just transition for women transport workers to ensure that formalisation processes include action for gender equality and that the rights and livelihoods of women workers are recognised and protected. This can include specific immediate demands for informal women workers, as well as longer-term demands to be addressed in the formalisation process. And I'm now going to hand over to our sister from Senegal, who will reflect on the opportunities for women's employment with the planned introduction of BRT in Dakar. Sister Mariama will talk in French, and at different points during her intervention, our interpreter Pauline will come in to interpret what Sister Mariama has said into English.
Thank you very much, Sister Claire. C'est Mariama Diallo, je suis la secrétaire générale de l'UNEP, la présidente et membre du bureau exécutif de l'ITF Afrique. Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler un peu de l'impact surtout du BRT au niveau du Sénégal. Au Sénégal, il y a plus de...
Mariama, maybe I should translate.
Ah, okay.
Mariama, je vais faire la traduction.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Claire. My name is Mariama Diallo. I'm the General Secretary of the UDTS, a union in Senegal, and I'm the President of the Federation of Transport in the UDTS. I am also a member of the Executive Committee of the ITF in Africa, and today I am going to talk about the impact of the introduction of BRT in Senegal.
Thank you, Claire. Bon, vous savez, au Sénégal, nous avons plus de femmes dans l'économie informelle, dans le secteur du transport. Nous avons plus de femmes dans l'économie informelle et le BRT a impacté beaucoup sur l'économie informelle au niveau du Sénégal. Nous avons plus de 80% de travailleuses qui sont dans l'économie informelle. Et dans le BRT, je crois qu'il faut plus de femmes dans le secteur du transport et les syndicats sont là pour éveiller l'opinion et le gouvernement par rapport à cette problématique. Dans le BRT, qui est là depuis 2017, au niveau du Sénégal, nous avons l'équipage, les prestataires de services et les rabatteurs. Et sous la couverture de contrats formels, tout en veillant à ce qu'il y ait plus de possibilités de sécurité et de revenus, de moyens de subsistance et d'esprit d'entreprise pour les femmes de l'économie informelle ou bien pour les femmes qui seront au niveau du BRT. Nous voulons aussi plus de santé et de sécurité au niveau du BRT et la formalisation sur les compétences de négociation et le renforcement de capacités sur ce BRT-là. Le succès du système du BRT de Dakar reposera surtout sur l'intégration des travailleurs du secteur informel. Actuellement, nous avons 6% de contrats avec les employeurs et ça, c'est une menace de 5 à 10 000 emplois. Donc, il faut renforcer l'emploi des femmes et promouvoir le travail décent dans les transports publics. Et ceci, c'est une opportunité des femmes dans le cadre du BRT. Donc, il faut une égalité de genre, pas de discrimination et renforcer l'emploi des femmes dans le BRT. Et là-dessus, au niveau du Sénégal, nous avons 14 GIE, mais malheureusement, où il n'y a pas, tout le monde n'est pas embauché. Donc, il faut, c'est une opportunité avec le BRT au niveau du Sénégal d'avoir plus de femmes dans le secteur de l'informel et inclus dans le BRT. Les syndicats ont exigé une transition juste et respectueuse de la dimension genre par le biais d'une réforme et d'une expansion du système de transport public qui offre des emplois verts et décents. Et vous savez, puisque 50% de la population urbaine au niveau du Sénégal est urbaine, donc il faut que les syndicats arrivent à avoir cette intégration des femmes au niveau du BRT, au niveau du Sénégal. Nous avons plus de femmes que d'hommes au niveau du secteur informel. Donc, c'est un plaidoyer au niveau du gouvernement, au niveau du Sénégal. Mais par contre, il y a avec le statut, j'avais oublié. I understand.
As you know, in Senegal, we have a lot of women working in the informal transport sector. Over 80% of the women are in the informal transport sector. And it is envisaged that the BRT is going to have a great impact on this informal transport sector. And what we want as union is to raise awareness and lobby public opinion and governments to raise awareness around this issue. The BRT was introduced in 2017 in Senegal, and it will impact various types and categories of workers for whom we want more job security, better remuneration, and better conditions in terms of social security. And we want this BRT to be an opportunity to get more women in employment and to formalize the sector and reinforce their negotiation capacities. The BRT will only work if it manages to integrate the informal transport sectors. And we know about 5,000 to 6,000 jobs are being threatened by the introduction of this system. So we really need to promote and reinforce the employment of women in public transport. This is really an opportunity for us in Senegal to have more women in the formal sector. And so we demand as union that women can access new jobs and that this access to jobs will be guaranteed for existing transport workers with fair recruitment policies, as well as having a gender responsive and just transition through a redesign and an expansion of the public transport system, which will provide green and decent job opportunities. So, as you may know, in Senegal, about 50% of the population lives in cities. So it's really important for trade unions to promote the importance of women formal employment in BRT. Merci, Mariam.
Je vais parler un peu des études. L'accroissement des, comme ils l'ont dit, les études, l'accroissement des opportunités d'emploi va également favoriser les femmes, car le BRT, avec le BRT, de milliers d'emplois directs et indirects seront générés avec une priorité pour les femmes. C'est ce que cette étude a dit. Donc, il y aura de milliers d'emplois directs et indirects qui seront générés avec une priorité pour les femmes. Donc, il y a espoir avec cette étude. Elles bénéficieront d'un accès accru à des emplois qualifiés créés par la mise en service du BRT. Donc, il y aura une parité 50-50 femmes-hommes. Espérons qu'avec le CETID et ce qu'ils ont dit sur le rapport, que les femmes pourront accéder au travail décent au niveau du BRT. Voilà.
I wanted now to talk about CETUD, which is the transport authority responsible for mobility in Dakar. The CETUD has promised that BRT will create more opportunity for employment of women. They said that thousands of direct and indirect jobs would be created and that these jobs should go as a priority to women. So there is hope for us there that women will benefit from a better access to qualified jobs with a view to achieve parity 50-50 in these jobs. So let's hope that with what the CETUD said in their report, women can access decent work in the BRT system.
Merci beaucoup. L'égalité de genre doit être un objectif clé de toute nouvelle infrastructure en transport public. Et les syndicats vont veiller à cela. Cela suppose que les femmes soient représentées dans la prise de décision et la planification des transports publics. Et voilà ce que je voulais dire en grosso modo. Et merci à Claire et merci à Pauline qui fait la traduction. Je comprends l'anglais, mais bon, pour parler, c'est un peu difficile. Merci beaucoup. La prochaine fois, je vais parler en anglais.
Thank you very much. To sum up, gender equality needs to be a key goal of any new public transport infrastructure. And this requires women to be represented in public transport decision-making and planning. That's it. This is what I really wanted to highlight. Thank you, Claire and Pauline. My English is fairly good, but I promise that next time I will speak English. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Mariam, and thank you, Pauline. As part of strengthening women's employment in public transport, it is also important that there is decent work. Workplace issues that undermine a positive and equal work environment frequently affect the employment and retention of women working in public transport. And by addressing issues that affect women, working conditions will improve for all workers. Workplace issues for women working in public transport include lack of maternity rights, long working hours, poorly designed vehicles and uniforms, wage inequality, and inadequate sanitation facilities. And safe access to decent sanitation facilities is a human right for all transport workers, but many women working in public transport do not have access to separate, safe, secure, clean, and private sanitation facilities. And this is a barrier to women's employment in public transport. And the ITF has developed a Transport Workers Sanitation Charter, which provides guidance on action that employers and governments should take to ensure safe access to decent toilets for transport workers. The Charter focuses on the urgent improvements needed to protect the health and safety of transport workers, and it emphasises the importance of integrating a gender perspective into the right to sanitation, to identify the issues particular to women transport workers, and to take action to address these issues. Now, the second demand in the gender chapter of the policy is ending violence and harassment against women. Violence and harassment, including domestic violence, continues to be a daily reality for women workers in public transport and is regularly seen as part of the job. It is a powerful barrier to women's equality, negatively impacting women's mobility and contributing to gender-based occupational segregation in public transport. Decent work for women in public transport also means safe work. If governments and employers do not address the reality of gender-based violence, any intervention to increase women's employment in public transport will be undermined. So we demand that issues for women working in public transport are addressed, because this will mean better protection for workers in public transport and improved safety for passengers. In 2019, workers, governments, and employers came together at the International Labour Organization, the ILO, and made history by adopting the first ever international labour standards on violence and harassment in the world of work, ILO Convention 190 and Recommendation 206. These international labour standards take a comprehensive and integrated approach and fill the gaps in existing legislation at the international and domestic level. Transport is identified as one of the sectors more exposed to violence and harassment. The international standards also explicitly cover the types of violence and harassment that transport workers frequently face and identify the particular risk factors that expose workers to violence and harassment in the transport sector. And I'm now going to hand over to our sister from Ghana, who will reflect on C190 as a tool to address violence and harassment in the world of work. So Sister Cynthia, if you'd like to. Okay, so it looks like Cynthia is having some technical problems. So
hello, good afternoon.
We'll see if we can resolve that, and she can then come back and make a contribution later on. So the third demand in the gender chapter is introducing technology to advance gender equality. New technologies in public transport, including automation and the rise in the gig economy, bring potential benefits and risks for women's employment in public transport. Technological change can provide new opportunities for women working in public transport and can improve working conditions to make the sector more attractive to women. However, inequalities exist in access to new employment opportunities, and technology has the potential to exacerbate harmful gendered inequalities. Without worker consultation and union involvement, new technology can lead to job losses, downgrading of jobs, and health and safety concerns. And I'd now like to invite our sisters from Nairobi, Sister Judith, Irene, and Agnes, who are going to reflect on automation and the impacts of cashless payments on women in public transport and experiences of working in the gig economy. Thank you.
Am I the first speaker, Judith? Okay, hello everyone. My name is Judith Nafula from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a member and branch organizing secretary of Railway and Allied Workers Union, and also a signals operator in Kenya's standard gauge railway. First of all, I'd like to thank ITF and Flown Initiative for organizing this forum annually and providing this platform for women in the transport sector to air their challenges and also deliberate on solutions affecting women at the workplace. So thank you so much. My presentation will be on the reflection on cashless payment and its impact on women railway workers. So the cashless payment system implies that payments and transactions are through electronic payment systems, hence no dealing with cash in its physical form. The transition to a cashless system as a nation is taking place day by day, especially after COVID-19 hit us last year. Most industries are embracing the digital transformation as it is safer. In the transport industry, especially railway transport, we have adopted the cashless payment system in the services we provide, passenger transport and freight services. And the digital transformation, especially on ticketing, has seen us witness efficiency, convenience, reduced theft and robbery risks, making it safer. This transparency in how we're collecting payments, hence curbing corruption and mismanagement of funds. We are also able to get data collection through the different like boarding times, the seasons, and this can be used for proper planning at the workplace. However, some of the challenges we have experienced with the cashless system include the women working at the ticketing office fear that they have no job security now that the ticketing system has been automated, and also the fact that they are employed on contract. They fear their contracts may not be renewed. Also on this, the fear of job loss highlights that there's no compensation in the event of losing jobs. And most of the women are breadwinners in their homes or families. We have a high number of single parents who depend on this job as their source of livelihood. Other concerns that other challenges that we have faced in the cashless system include privacy concerns, where your personal data and information can find its way to people who may use it wrongly, maybe to even rob you through the internet. We've seen such cases coming up. We also have the issue of equity. Digitalized systems in Kenya have not been fully effective. Like the ownership of smartphones is not at 100%. So we cannot say that it is very effective for us to fully transition to cashless payments. We also noted that bank accounts, not everyone has an active bank account, especially the people from the rural areas, the elderly. We also have the illiterate. So definitely the systems, as we are trying to put these systems in place, there's also that challenge. So this highlights that we still need people. We still need people at the workplace to do this job, to help such people. And so through the union, we want to encourage members to join, staff to join the union, so that they can have proper representation. And in case such transitions are occurring at the workplace, they may be able to, the union may be able to come in and they will not lose their jobs. In conclusion, we noticed that most women work in such departments, hence the need to improve skill capacities based on technological advancements. We encourage women at the workplace, and even those who are seeking jobs out there, try and get basic IT skills. If you have basic IT skills, proceed to the next level, so that your versatility at the workplace cannot be affected once one department is affected with digitalization. When women acquire different skills, it makes them versatile at the workplace, hence reduce the risk of job loss in the case that automation occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Sister Irene, would you like to come in now?
Okay, thank you, Sister Claire. I am Irene Katia from Public Transport Operators Union. I am a full-time organizer with Public Transport Operators Union, and I'm also the women chairperson, elected women chairperson with the Women's Committee, and also a gender coordinator. I'm going to reflect on the impact of cashless payment on women in the informal sector. And on this, I want to thank you, recognize the work that has been done by ITF. You are doing a very commendable job on this, on issues concerning women in the in their workplace, and especially in the informal sector. I'm going to talk about the research that was conducted by ITF on the labor impact on cashless and ticketing. You find that with the ticketing, it is a transition that has not yet taken place. It is still another underway project by the government, but we have seen it. We have experienced it with the coming of the pandemic, that is Corona, where we were forced to use the cashless payment in mode of digital platform like M-Pesa. And it has been realized that with the use of the digital platforms or the cashless payment, it has presented more challenges than the positive effect, and especially on women, because you see that this is a technology that is coming, that is being introduced, and you find that most of the women in the public transport, they lack the skills. When it presents some jobs, it is also presenting some challenges, whereby we can see that during the transition to the ticketing or the cashless payment, many will not be in a position to take those jobs, mainly because they don't have the skills, and in fact that they are going to lose their jobs. And another challenge that was presented by the digital platform that we've been using during this corona era is that it was not safe enough. You could find that some passengers were able to reverse the money that was meant to pay for their services in the public transport. And we also see that women in this sector, they are not able to embrace most of the trainings that are required for them to acquire these jobs. They are not able to attain them because you can see that we are working, payments are less, so we work from hand to mouth, and acquiring such trainings is still a task. And there was also another experience there before. I've read it in history. There was this transition to the cashless payment by ABS that was being called, that was termed as Mega Rider, and I don't know why it didn't succeed, whereby you could walk into the circle that was offering the services or the transport service, and you pay for maybe 1 month, and you would be able to travel free with that service, transport service provider. And I don't know why it was not successful, but we can see that anything that is new and any new technology that is going to be or is being introduced in the transport sector must come with some challenges, and adoption may become somehow a hard task. There has been some recommendation that has been made to curb these challenges, and these recommendations are supposed to be adopted, whereby the workers are supposed to be included in unions and in consultation and decision making, and also the women are supposed to be participants in some of these projects and some of these projects by the government, and also they are also supposed to be included in the gender impact assessment. We can say that as union, we have tried our best because we have lobbied some of these demands with the government agency like NTSA, whereby we presented the demand, and we challenged them on the introduction of the cashless payment and the effect that is going to have on the women. And one of the promises that we were given is that we are going to be included in the consultation meetings and also the decision-making meetings. And we are still following on those cases. We are still negotiating with some of the circles that are supposed to embrace or adopt the cashless payment once it is implemented. And we find that we are still in negotiation, and it is proving to be hard because with this technology, we think that we are supposed to enhance the career growth of the women. You find that our women have stagnated. Some of them joined the industry as conductors, and you find that they are still they stay in the conductor. They are not growing in their career. And some of them even have these requirements that are required by the government to become drivers. But you find it is hard that they are not giving the job. You find here in Kenya, for you to find the PSV or the license that is required for you to become a public vehicle driver, you have to go through your circle. And most of these circles are intimidating or they are undermining women in embracing or in growing in their career, whereby you see that a woman want to become a driver, they have the requirement, but they cannot be allowed just because they are women. So as the Union Public Transport Operators Workers Union, we are negotiating with the circles to allow these women to join or to enhance in their career growth. And also there are other welfares like Matatu Welfare Association and Matatu Owners Association, and we are still in negotiation with them. And one of the challenges that was presented to us is that the women lack skills, and they even challenged us to train the women so that they can pick them from us. And we are thinking of adopting some policies which can allow us to undertake some of these projects. And we are supposed to have roles. We are supposed to have roles or supposed to have activities that are engaging women in the decision making at the union levels and also at the international level. I want to thank ITF for being the forefront in the campaign to enhance the career growth of women, and also the Flow Initiative. It has been giving, they have been giving our women some training, and they have been promoting the career growth of women. And even in this transition to cashless payment, I hope that they are going to enhance more and they are going to support us on that. Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you, Sister Irene. And I'll now hand over to Sister Agnes to reflect on experiences of working in the gig economy.
Thank you very much, Claire. My name is Agnes Mongera. I'm the women representative of the digital ride-hailing sector in Transport Workers Union. First of all, I would like to commend the ITF for the research that they have done or they do on the women in the gig economy. I'll talk on the experiences that we face or we have during our working time. Gig economy is transforming the world of work and challenging the operation of public transport. Unlike the earlier days where you had to just walk in and get the cab services or the bus services at the bus station, nowadays you just have to hail through the app and you can get the services. So most of the ancient services or the workers are getting it rough to catch up with the current situation. Now, the ITF supports claims that the gig economy can offer access to flexible employment opportunities for the women. Currently, we have seen drivers in the transport sectors who are ladies, and we have also the touts. Like in my sector, before we were not, many ladies did not join the application apps riding cabs. And being a male-dominated job, there was that fear as a lady to join or be part of the working team. But we now have the benefits of many, especially those who who have their own cars. But also, it's a disadvantage to those who don't own cars, who have to pay for the cars so that they can use them and offer the services. Now, for the women, we also face the sexual harassment by the owners of the car owners. Why you're given before you're given a car to work with, one might think that he or she can lay advances onto you so that it can give you the car to work with. Also, we face clients who will molest you sexually. And we are fighting for this so that all ladies can be treated well and we have laws that govern and rule over that. We have the risk of violence, and where authorities, especially here in Kenya, they're informed. We have applications that really have the selection of lady drivers, and during the trip, you're given the SOS button where you can reach the authorities, and if you face any violence, you can report. Now, during our work schedule or the experiences, we have the benefits and we have also the challenges that we face. And the benefits is that most clients or most people really respect all. They trust the women drivers. So, like in my sector or the cab drivers, you find that most clients will ask you to go pick their kids from school, drop them to church, and they feel safe. Now, most clients also have entrusted us in generally the work, where you find that we have applications that you can choose your preferred driver, and we find that most clients will always choose the lady drivers because they feel safe, and they think that a driver can offer more, and a lady driver can offer more and good customer services. Now we have challenges like the gender discrimination, where, for example, we have the long trips for the cabs. You find that clients will always think that lady drivers cannot drive for the long trips. We have the work-life balance, where I'm supposed to balance from my family life and the work and my work life. I don't have enough time with my family because I have to work extra hours to meet my targets and also have enough sufficient income. Sexual harassment, I've talked about that. And being a lady driver, I would recommend all ladies or the women to be encouraged and to be part of us. We want to encourage drivers that anytime that you have those challenges, the union is there for you, and you feel safe being a lady. Thank you very much. I thank the ITF for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sister Agnes. The fourth and final demand in the gender chapter is involving women in decision-making and policy. Women as workers and passengers need to be involved in public transport policy, decision-making, planning and implementation to ensure that specific issues for women are addressed. Social dialogue, negotiation and consultation can ensure women's voices are heard. Gender impact assessments and the use of gender disaggregated data can identify the impact of public transport projects on women. And gender demands should also be integrated into investment principles for funding of public transport infrastructure projects. And women's activism also needs to be
Boda Boda Taxi Workers Union. This is a transport sector union based in Kenya. And Flown Initiative for organizing this forum so that we can know where we are moving. We all agree that the representation of women is minimal, and we need to do what we have to do to ensure that women have their spaces and they are working within a safe environment, since it's women who consume these services in numbers as compared to our male counterparts. Now, from that, the first thing we need to do is to identify the needs of women. What is it that they need during their activities within the public transport space? Once we identify their needs, we present needs to their authorities. We have needs that can be dealt with by, that can be identified by the regulator, that is National Transport and Safety Authority. We have needs that can be addressed by the police. We have needs that can be addressed by other stakeholders. Once we do this, we start negotiating for some opportunities, because if we don't have the numbers within the space, how do we then push for something? How do we lobby for an idea? How do we ask for something? How do we seek? How do we cry out so that we can get what is duly owed to us? Now, we have quite a number of female owners. They have their own vehicles, they have their own motorbikes, they have their own three-wheelers, which are tuk-tuks. Unfortunately, most of them have employed male drivers or male workers. Now, if we have more women who are already trained and they qualify to work within these spaces, we can now negotiate with owners. As the previous speaker has said, the SACCOs, women organization, to absorb these women in employment so that we can have more women inside working within that environment for them to have that muscle to speak. The other thing that we need to do is to partner. If we can form partnerships with organizations, like for us, we have partnered with the Flown Initiative, and I'm happy to announce that through our partnership with Flown Initiative, we have managed to recruit about 40 women into BOTAX Union. I'm certainly sure that had it not been for that partnership, we wouldn't have achieved that number within that short period. And we intend to carry this relationship forward, and we will be talking with Flown Initiative so that we can roll out the same program across the country. On the other part, if we could engage in social dialogue, once the women are working, they'll want their space in leadership. As a union, again, we have tried to place more women, and we are working towards preparing more women to get leadership positions into the trade union. And once we have them into leadership positions, they will be able to sit in those committees. They will be able to make decisions. They will be able to be part of the decision-making processes when we sit with the county government and other stakeholders where decisions are made, because they come from the industry. Now, we have that social dialogue. Then we can build alliances with other parties to ensure that we push for the same agenda. And then within our unions also, we need to have structures. We need to have structures whereby women's activities can be dealt with separately and wholly from the activities of the larger union. And of course, most of it all, we need to invest more in training and development to boost their skills, especially leadership skills, negotiating skills, and lobbying. These are issues that we need to train them on, so that when they're coming on board, trainers or as workers or as leaders, they need to know exactly what they need to go for, the specific needs, they identify them and push for them so that you are able to boost numbers and fight for a safe space for women working within transport sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation of the report. I see we have some of the panelists online. I know Alana was very excited to have this particular session. Alana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, yes, fantastic. Good to see you here as well.
Thank you.
There was a question posed to the chat, and this is just from Flown, and somebody said most unions in Nairobi lack guidelines on how they respond to issues of harassment. Does ITF train them on this on their mandate? And secondly, most unions in Nairobi have been dissolved without informing the members. How can ITF help in curbing that?
Okay, thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Dear participants, I hope you enjoy this plenary session on ITF pupil public transport policy. To all the time for discussion, comments, and question, I will like to invite Sister Cynthia Ba from GTPCU. She is a National Women Gender Coordinator in Ghana to share. Sister Cynthia.
Hello, thank you very much, Sister Sita.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for coming. I would like you to share some reflection on ILO 119 Convention. First of all, I would like to know, why is ILO 119 Convention important, in particular for women transport workers?
Thank you, Sister Asita. My name is Cynthia Ba. I'm the National Women Coordinator of the General Transport, Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union of TUC Ghana. The convention recognizes the right of everyone to a world of work free of violence and harassment, including gender-based violence. Therefore, it is important for women in transport because transport workers are generally recognized as vulnerable due to the nature of work they do. The transport sector is a male-dominated industry, so women transport workers are prone to violence and harassment, such as the tourism sector and transport workers where women are found most.
Okay.
Addressing Convention 190, addressing the gaps in the national legislation, which are unacceptable behaviors and practices. The convention addresses the underlying causes and risk factors, including gender stereotyping as forms of discrimination at the workplace. Example is men and women live in the
Sister Cynthia, there is some noises around you. There is some noises around you.
The noise is not from here.
The second question is,
sorry, the noise is not from here.
Could you, okay, what is your union doing to address violence against women transport workers, and how are you using the ILO 119 Convention? Could you please respond that on 2 minutes? Thank you.
Okay. The union is sensitizing and creating awareness on violence and harassment at the organizational level. Many transport workers have experienced different forms of violence and have either kept it to themselves or are not in the know that it constitutes violence. The union is using the language in the convention to negotiate measures with the employer at the workplace. The union does education and training for union leaders, such as negotiators, shop stewards, and local union leaders on violence and harassment to negotiate clauses into their collective agreement, health and safety policies, and company code of conduct at the workplace. The reporting mechanism for investigation and responding to complaints. Some unions have been able to negotiate for workplace violence and harassment policies. Challenges. The challenge is still a shift system, how to get the people, because of COVID, which access to internet is a bit difficult, and also lack financing to bring them together, to sensitize them.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Cynthia. Now I have another question. This is the last one from you. It's about ending violences against women. It is one of the questions from the chat. What is the importance of the union? Can the unions intervene if I am sexually harassed?
Please, can you come in?
Yes, the question from the chat is as follows. What is the importance of the unions, and can the unions intervene if I am sexually harassed?
If you are sexually harassed,
yes,
you need to report to the appropriate places, because that give a union executive to come out with measures, the guidelines through which one can go through. When one is sexually harassed, the person needs to be excused away from work to take some rest in order to be to avoid the naming and shaming of that person. And then the person go through committee levels where the person will report the issue to the union executives, and then they will in turn meet management on it, so that the issue will be well addressed properly to the satisfaction of the victim.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Sister Cynthia, for this great contribution. Thank you. Now, before going to the rest of the chat question, I will give floor to Sister Salami Adademola to share the reflection on the ILO 119 convention. Sister Salami, how are you?
Good afternoon, Sister Sita.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everyone. A big thank you to Flown and ITF for giving us this platform to express and handle women issues. Okay. Firstly, C190 is important and is a good tool for women to be able to bring sexual harassment and gender-based violence to minimal level. We might not be able to eradicate it 100%, but it can bring it to as in almost zero level. Because C190 is the first international treaty to recognize the rights of everyone in the world of work, free of violence and harassment, including gender-based violence and harassment. That is, with C190, everyone is being carried along, whether you are a man or you are a woman. And it goes beyond your work, your office. That is why we say word of work. Even on your way to office, as you are going back home, things that happen to you at home, because it has been found that some women that face domestic violence, they get to the office and not productive. So at the end of the day, you are not even useful in the office because of what has happened to you in the house, or what has happened in the course of you getting into your workplace. So it's a very broad convention that covers everybody and takes care of everybody. So women are going to now have voice the way men are having voice, because it's going to carry everybody. We are now going to be at par. The rights a man have in C190 is the same rights a woman. And also C190 has been able to acknowledge that gender-based violence and harassment disproportionately affect women and girls. Women and girls are more affected when it comes to gender-based violence and harassment, and recognizing that an inclusive, integrated, and gender-responsive approach which tackles underlying cause and factors, including gender stereotype, multiple and intercentric form of discrimination, because we notice that at every point in the workplace and even around us, there is a lot of gender discrimination. Even the culture from the culture, they will tell you a woman cannot do this, a woman cannot do that. But with the introduction of C190, women will totally be liberated, because it will be able to overrule the culture, because you have a tool. Even if you want to go and challenge it anywhere, you have a tool to present, to back you up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sister, very much, Sister Salami. But now the last question with you is how the unions can intervene if somebody is sexually arrested.
Okay, thank you. The union can intervene, and I think firstly there's supposed to be a sensitization and a kind of general notice, so that every member of the union, both men and women, will understand their rights, will understand what is called gender-based violence. Because ordinarily, some men might be thinking they are playing and they are really harassing you. So everybody needs to understand. I need to know my limits too. And after that, you now put in place a kind of desk where you can easily report. Because another major problem of gender-based violence is people are not reporting, people are not speaking out, people are not talking. But with the union, we can encourage and give hope to these women that if you talk, action will be taken. If you talk, your voice is going to be heard. Because most of the things that discourage women, they believe that, well, nobody is going to take it up. I'm on my own. But with the union and the women committees in various unions, you see that you have a sister, and that is where the sisterhood is so strong. You have a sister that is ready to take up your issue. Somebody, there's a desk that you can go to, and you are not just reporting, you are reporting to get justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Sister Salami. That sounds great. Thank you. Now we have another question from the chat, which is, most unions in Nairobi lack guidelines on how they respond to issue of harassment. Does ITF train them or on their mandate? Now I'm going to invite Sister Claire to respond to this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Asita. So as part of our priority area on ending violence against women transport workers, ITF Women is working to support our affiliates to put in place strategies that help eliminate violence against women. And this includes our campaign on ILO Convention 190, where we are working with ITF unions in strategic target countries on raising an awareness of the issue, lobbying for ratification of C190 and negotiating C190 language into workplace agreements and policy. I'll share the link to the more information and detail about the different kind of strategies that unions can implement to address this issue. So thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Claire. We have another question which is as follows. Most unions in Nairobi, most unions in Nairobi have been dissolved without informing the member. How can ITF help in curbing that? And we could say that this isn't the appropriate forum to discuss this internal matter of unions, but we could put them, we could put you in contact with a union's representative to discuss with these issues later on. Thank you very much. We have another suggestion on the chat also. Somebody say it will be great to see ITF lobby for the adoption of gender mainstreaming tools by NTCA in Kenya. But Sister Alana has already responded on that in saying, in response to this question on NTCA, I agree that it is important to lobby for gender mainstreaming. ITF can support this with experiences from other countries, but the most effective response is if it is come from local organizations, unions, alliances with other organizations. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to know if there is other question, comments, any other contribution, comments. If there is not any other contribution, I will now ask the panelists to share any final reflection that they may have. Any contribution? Claire, Mariama Diallo, Salami, do you have any other final reflection?
Yes,
about the
yes, I have
presentation?
something to say.
Okay. Okay, Salami.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Asita. On the final note, I want to encourage and see how we can all work together and have more countries that will ratify C190. Because it's when it's being ratified, that is when it becomes a working document, and when it's being domesticated, that is when we can have it as a document. As it is now, I think globally it's only 9 countries that have ratified C190 in their countries. We still have a long way to go, because as it's after ratification that, like in Nigeria now, the union in collaboration with the Nigerian Labour Congress, the Women Committee, we are working towards having this C190 ratified, because if it's not ratified, we will just be discussing it. It's not going to be a working tool that is expected to be. So I want to implore and encourage each and every other country to see, so that the impact, the importance of C190 can see the lights of the day. Because if it's not being ratified, if it's not being domesticated, it's just going to be a document sitting there. And this is document that we need. It's very important to us. It touches every aspect, both formal and informal sector. And if you notice, in Africa, generally, we have more informal workers in the transport sectors, and about 70% of them are women. So ratification of C190 is very important to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Salami, for this contribution. Sister Mariama Diallo, Sister Cynthia Ba, do you have any other? Yes, Mariama.
Good morning.
Good morning,
I have not a contribution. I am okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Sister Mariama, for coming. Sister Claire, any other final reflection?
Thank you, Asita, and thank you, everyone. Thank you for a really rich discussion and session. As we stated at the start of the session, public transport plays an important role in the lives of women. Transport is important, but public transport can only be gender responsive if there are women employed in the industry at every level, through the creation of decent and secure work opportunities that attract and retain women and challenge occupational challenges are present during the planning, policy making, decision making, research, development and operation of our systems. And together these will positively affect all who work in and use the public transport sector. And I think the gender policy provides the vision we want for women in public transport, and includes those key demands to achieve this.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Thank you for all the panelists. Thank you also for our interpreters. Dear sister, we are now at the end of our session. It was a great pleasure to listen and share experiences about the ILO 119 Convention. As workers, and passengers, there is a need to be involved in public transport policy decision-making, planning, and implementation to ensure that specific issues for workers are addressed, and union can also make dialogue, negotiation, and consultation to ensure that women's voices are here. Because the chapter equality is a central part of the ITF pupil public transport policy. Thank you very much for all of you, and see you very soon. I hope you enjoy the session on ITF public transport policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Asita. We definitely have enjoyed that particular session. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Mariana. And everybody else who was involved in making this particular report very interactive and very informative. We really, really appreciate. I want to introduce the next session, which is climate action in the transport sector. And the lead session in this particular session is Evelyn Gashoki Gadhua, who's in Nairobi, Kenya, accelerating climate action through sustainable approaches, a case study of urban transport in Nairobi. She'll introduce the panelists. Just a reminder, the session is climate action in the transport sector.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you're joining us from. We'd like to welcome you to day 3 of the Women in Transport Conference, where we are focusing on solutions that focus on supporting, challenging, and inspiring people to take sustainable actions. So our today's topic is climate action in the transport sector, stroke integrated mobility and affordable and clean energy. We'd like to appreciate the partners who have made this possible. I am Eve Gadhua from Kenya, and I'll be the moderator for today's session. In today's panel, we have Lydia Kimani, and Lydia, you are okay to start the session now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Evelyn. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon once again, participants. I am delighted to be participating in the Women in Transport Africa Conference 2021. And my name is Lydia Kimani. I am the Agribusiness Liaison at the Society of Crop Agribusiness Advisors, SOCA. SOCA is a membership organization that is of consultants in the agriculture space, providing extension and advisory services to farmers across and value chain actors across the various crop value chains in the country. Aside from advisory and extension, we also provide, we also combine our work with policy advocacy, and we are members of KEPSA and various and other various advocacy platforms in the climate change. In the climate change space, we are members of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance Environment Sector Board. We are also, we represent SOCA. We are also members of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, where I'm a co-convener of the Climate Finance. And I'm also a council member at the International Relations Society of Kenya, where we are looking at how can diplomacy support climate action, so through our environment diplomacy pillar of the Kenya foreign policy. So that is in a nutshell what Lydia is about. So my area of focus today will be climate action in the transport and logistics node of agriculture value chains, and we are able to appreciate how transport plugs in supporting the various activities in the agricultural value chain, whether it is delivering inputs, transporting produce to the markets, and even to processing plants, and ultimately to the consumers. So we'll be able to look into how is the interrelation between agriculture, transport, and even the cross-cutting issue of gender feed into all these issues. So without much ado, I will go straight into my presentation. So that is like I had described, and we will start off with a brief background to just appreciate both the agriculture and transport sectors independently, then look at a nexus of the agriculture and transport value chains. From there, we will look at how does gender weave into this whole conversation. Then as a result, we are going to now pursue, we're going to look into how can these interactions inform our way forward. And going forward from the Women in Transport conference, what are some of the advocacy issues we can already pick up as different partners to pursue to ensure that e-mobility, the profile of e-mobility and low-cost transport solutions in the country become mainstreamed in across the sectors, and especially the agriculture sector. So that is a brief bio of what I had just shared at the introductory part. And so to begin with, we need to start by appreciating the role of agriculture in the country. So it contributes about a third of the GDP and provides employment to 70% in the rural communities. So again, 80% of our production is by smallholder farmers who have limited access to extension services. It also, in totality, whether it is crop, livestock rearing, fish farming, provides a livelihood to 12 million Kenyans. Then over 80% of the labor in the agriculture sector is provided by women, and the bulk of the produce is transported to the market using different various forms. Then aside from this, the crops subsector comprises 60% of total agricultural produce in the country. And aside from this, from an economic angle, a significant percentage of the farming community is bracketed as the poor, that is living below $1 a day. And finally, the sector is the leading in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, which are pegged at 43%. So these are going to be very critical because they are going to inform and our conversation going forward. That brief background is going to set the tone for how we build up from here. So next, we are also going to look at the transport sector in the country. So transport as a sector contributes 15% to GDP. So then Kenya serves as a transportation hub for the EAC region, especially the landlocked countries. We are looking at Burundi. We are also looking at Rwanda. So they depend very heavily on Kenya for their exports and their imports too. So 70% of agricultural produce is transported on road, and this is by a World Bank study, and this is specifically in Africa. In addition, we notice that there's a lack of incentives, especially in the transport sector, to support commercialization of new facilities. So that is information coming in from the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy. So 90% also of international trade is done through shipping, and a significant part of this is agricultural produce, which is bulk commodity transported through maritime. That we have coffee and avocado specifically from Kenya using this particular route. Then in addition, domestic transportation of agricultural commodities is predominantly by road, while exports use road, air, and maritime. So this also is going to be very critical to help us just appreciate that while agriculture is a leading sector in the contributor of GDP, transport is also a follows closely. But you realize that with agriculture now, it relies very heavily on the transport sector to get inputs to farmers on time and to ensure produce gets to consumers and to the manufacturing plants on time to reduce the cost of doing business. So next, we are going to look at what is the nexus of agriculture and transport in climate action. So we realize that agriculture and transport are the top emitters of greenhouse gas emissions in the country. Agriculture is at 43%, and transport is well above 20%. So you realize that the transportation component of agriculture is a significant contributor to GHG, aside from the emissions coming from organic waste in the agriculture sector. So this therefore raises the need to address the transport services in the agriculture value chains as a way of ensuring that emissions are reduced. So in addition, they are significant contributors in terms of economic value, because you realize that while one is providing food security, employment, the other one ensures that different sectors, whether it is raw material from the agriculture, from the farms, gets to the processing plant for value addition in good time, and ultimately to the retail outlets for consumers in a reliable way. Then there is also both sectors have significant exclusion of gender and especially women, and this is because for the women in agriculture, you find that they are mostly concentrated in the low value activities, that is the production. In transport, which is a predominantly male dominated economic livelihood, as a source of economic livelihood, you find that a lot of women will shy away from investing, and also even given the amounts of income that or revenues that are required for investments. So this is a critical similarity in both sectors, that and given the focus of the SDGs in terms of gender equality, this is something that needs to be considered even as we have this conversation. Then the transportation of both inputs and produce to the market is one of the largest transaction costs in agricultural production. So you find that in some countries, for example, in Central America, from a World Bank research, it pegs it at 35%. So therefore, this raises the need to address the issue of the transport services in the agriculture sector, to be able to ensure that to ensure that, first of all, we are reducing, even as we invest into low carbon transport solutions, then we are able to quantify the amount of emissions the transport services is a reduction in emissions that the transport services is contributing to the agriculture sector. So next, we are going to look at the state of play in terms of gender inclusion in transport services. So like I had indicated earlier, women will participate in low value activities in the agricultural value chain. This is predominantly production. So you find that we rarely have women either having transportation fleets or logistics companies, or even just, not even just the companies, even the vehicles or motorbikes. It is very rare that you find that women are the owners of these kinds of assets, which are very critical in agricultural value chains. So you find that this is predominantly because of their inability to have access to resources that could serve as collateral. For example, land title deeds that could be used to procure maybe vehicles or even motorbikes. So they have no access to that kind of collateral. And then because of the care economy, the burden of domestic work, they're not able to be fully dedicated in sections or transportation sections. Then we also have the issue of literacy levels. So this has also compromised the ability of women to move up the higher value activities in agricultural value chains. So you find that in terms of digital literacy, for example, we find that women still suffer significant literacy levels. So that by extension also compromises the ability to move up the higher value activities. Then we find that again, women transportation being a predominantly male dominated sector, then we have minimal participation of the women. So you also find that sometimes even the logistics that are involved in the transport sector, sometimes there is night travel and there are issues of security. So those are some of the things that would make women hesitate to venture into these kinds of economic opportunities. Then we have also the lack of information on the transition to low carbon transport solution. So we have inadequate extension services presently in the country. So even women who are farmers and may have even the capacity to invest may not be aware of these kinds of opportunities. So if there is that issue of availability of information through extension services is addressed, we may start seeing a lot more women coming into this space and leveraging on the economic opportunities that e-mobility, for example, presents. Then again, there is the lack of resources to invest in e-mobility opportunities. So you find that their incomes, because of participating in the low value activities are also minimal, and therefore by the time they accumulate sufficient incomes to acquire assets that are required in the transport sector, it may take a bit of time. In addition, agriculture is one of the poorest financed sectors in our country, and according to the ASTGS, this figure is at 2%. So by extension, and because women lack the requisite collateral, it further puts them at a greater disadvantage. So these are some of the things that would be preventing women from venturing again into this space. Then you find that the nature of production at the smallholder level is very fragmented. So we have individual farmers producing using different types of inputs. So therefore, it is not even possible to aggregate produce. So you find that eventually smallholder farmers have to find individual ways to market their produce, which is very expensive, and by extension contributes to that the very high transaction cost in terms of transport service. In addition, because of women lacking significant incomes, you find that a lot of them will either transport produce to the market on foot or by bicycles or motorbikes, because they're not, maybe for example, they are not able to afford pickup trucks that would be more efficient in transporting their produce. So when you look at the intersection of these issues, agriculture and the transport services in the agriculture sector from a gender lens, then we realize that this has already, the women are significantly marginalized. So when we look at now the transition the country is making to low carbon transport solutions, we realize that it could further marginalize the women, because it requires significant understanding of the technologies and appreciation of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So it means that for transition to low carbon transport solutions, there is a significant sensitization, and especially to the women in the agriculture space, on the opportunities that this transition presents for us to also be able to appreciate some of this. We also realize that fragmented nature may compromise. So we may want to consider that as we proceed with the transition to e-mobility, are we able to organize women into cooperatives of farmers or farmer groups that are able now to pool resources and enjoy economies of scale, and eventually raise sufficient funding to invest in e-mobility for the transportation of their produce to the different market segments. So these are some of the things that we will need to reflect on as we continue. So given that, as in some of the given that kind of background reflection, these are some of the things that are going to be very critical to consider and adopt going forward, to ensure that as we make the transition to low carbon transport solutions, that critical sectors like agriculture and women especially in these spaces do not miss out on this transition, because ultimately we realize that if it is inclusive and it factors in critical sectors with their contribution to GDP, then ultimately you are able to get buy-in from more sectors to adopt e-mobility for reduced greenhouse gas emissions. So to begin with, one of the things we need to look into very seriously is how can we explore the use of frontier technologies, for example, big data analytics for planning and investment. So how are we able to leverage on big data to understand, for example, which value chains are very transport services heavy, which regions of the country, and then from there, this information, once collected by government, can be relayed to the private sector through the different associations, for example, KEPSA, KNCCI, and the like, for investment opportunities. Then that way, investors are able to very quickly understand that transport services in a particular value chain, for example, the horticulture, is very lucrative, and there are and as a result we see more and more and not just investment in transport services but clean transport service solutions. So these are some of the things that we will technology can be leveraged in that way. Then again, we need to look at how can we leverage the incentive schemes in the proposed national policy on green fiscal framework to catalyze the uptake of e-mobility in the agriculture sector. So the National Treasury is in the process of developing the green fiscal framework, and so that different sectors of the economy can already propose what are some of the incentive schemes that they see most lucrative and most beneficial to the sectors in terms of driving investments. So one of the this is an area that the agriculture sector could leverage, and now transport services in agriculture sector that embrace e-mobility could be seen as a green service. And then as a follow-up, we will be able to raise the profile of e-mobility as a green service now, because it is helping reduce the emissions along the supply chain. And this has become very critical, especially for our export markets in Europe, that have now placed a demand that everyone who is exporting to Europe must demonstrate the greening of their supply chain. So we can start already orienting our agriculture sector through transport services in this direction through e-mobility. Then we need to promote the development of standards through KEBS and certification for e-mobility for increased uptake. So once you have standardized, for example, bikes and vehicles, this is something that could drive the manufacturing, and by extension sectors like agriculture would be great beneficiaries, because if you have these kinds of vehicles, motorbikes being locally assembled, then it means even the cost of transportation as a result is going to come down. So players in agriculture sector, players are going to be they need to participate very strongly on this, given the benefits they stand to reap. We have also seen the COVID pandemic has increased delivery demand for delivery services for groceries, for example. The increased the drive for embracing e-commerce, even for shopping. We have seen now a lot of the middle class doing their orders for groceries online. So we also need to ensure that we in the agriculture sector, the modes of transport that we are using to ensure that these deliveries are done on time are green and are not increasing the carbon footprint of the sector by extension. So in that light, COVID-19 has become a blessing in disguise for fast tracking of some of these solutions in the agriculture sector. Then we also need to ensure that decision-making processes are inclusive. And this is, for example, to ensure that even as we design e-bikes, are these female-friendly? Can women feel comfortable to now even just invest and become riders themselves? Or even how are we making sure that the designs of what we are bringing into the market are friendly? So these are some of the things that we need to consider. In addition, we need to also understand, do we need specific incentives to catalyze women participation in the e-mobility space, and especially now focusing on the agriculture sector? How can we use e-mobility to move women from low value activities like production into participating in the transport and logistics node of agriculture sector? Then eventually, we are also looking at promoting commercially oriented cooperative societies, so that this way they are able, smallholder farmers are able to raise sufficient money that can be invested into e-mobility. So for example, we find that as farmers come together in a cooperative, they're able to invest or buy trucks that are using clean energy, or even use motorbikes that embrace that are electric in nature, or that have a low, that are not using the IC, the internal combustion engines. So this way you're also able to disseminate information more effectively and at a reduced cost, because now this way you're also sensitizing farmers in a group, which for us, for example, like SOCA, as extension service providers, this is something that would be very keen on, because dispensing extension services to individual farmers is extremely expensive and becomes a disincentive even for the providers. Then finally, we need to look at a way in which identify how can we use platforms such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is a free trade agreement for Africa, to catalyze the uptake of e-mobility, for example, in the regions of the East African community and by extension the continent. So you find that under the Trade in Services protocol, transport has been prioritized as a tool and as a catalyst for fast tracking regional integration. So one of the things that African governments have agreed on is that transportation needs to be prioritized so that we can see the development of the infrastructure, the road network. So even as governments embark on investment in infrastructure, how can we ensure that regional integration by extension now is also catalyzing the uptake of clean transport across borders to in the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And because the AfCFTA is being implemented through regional blocks, we can already start with Kenya being a hub of, in the EAC. How is Kenya leveraging its position in the East African community to catalyze other member states to start moving towards the transition to e-mobility? And this is going to be very critical because all African economies rely on agriculture for significantly for their economic growth and development. So therefore, this creates a very strong nexus and a strong justification on how we can use this particular trade agreement to drive low carbon transport solutions in the continent, in the region, and ultimately even support the country ambition. So these are some of the references that I used in preparing my slides that could be of interest to participants going forward, and that brings us to the end of my presentation. I'd like again to thank you. I am very grateful, and I look forward to the Q&A to learn more. Bye bye.
So thank you so much, Lydia, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you for bringing in agri and making us see how it is intertwined with transport. Thank you for reminding us that women need to be involved in transport decision-making skills so as to make all these policies to be gender inclusive, and also that women need to be highly sensitized to sustainable low carbon transport, sustainable low carbon transport. Yeah, so I will go on with my presentation. So today we are going to look at Nairobi City in Kenya. So my name is development through promoting and lobbying for non-motorized transport, bus rapid transit systems, light rail orient, reduce the environmental impacts and health impact that result from the transport sector. So my background is in environmental studies. So from Kenyatta University, I am a member of the International Association for Impact Assessment, Environmental Institute of Kenya, and I'm also a registered and a licensed NEMA associate expert. So yeah, and I am a great advocate for platforms that create structures that support sustainability. Yeah, thank you. The next slide. So to start off my presentation, I'm going to first give a brief background on transport and climate change. And one of the importances of transport is that we are able to access different activities and participate in life. You're able to go to school, you're able to go to work, you're able to go for shopping, and all this is because of transport. And to continue is saying that transport is still reliant on fossil fuels. Example is the petrol, diesel, gasoline, and we are saying that 73% of this transport accounts for 73% of transport energy used, and that energy is from the fossil fuels. And they say that when you continue to burn fossil fuels, they emit greenhouse gases, and we've seen some of the effects that emanate from greenhouse gases. They result to global warming, climate change, and as we've continued to experience some of the climate change effects as a result of greenhouse gases, we have seen the melting of icebergs, which results to rising in sea levels, which results to displacing people who live along the coastal lines. We have experienced extreme weather events. Sometimes it's too hot, sometimes it's too cold, and also the changing rainfall patterns, which have affected farmers that they are not able to predict the planting seasons. and you're saying that this extreme effects of climate change, they are predicted to continue being severe in developing countries because they do not have resources. They do not have enough resources to adapt, and whereas there are resources to adapt to these effects, these resources are being used to, they are being averted to build resilience in fighting pandemics. For example, right now we are fighting COVID-19. So as we look at Nairobi city, we're saying Nairobi is the capital city in Kenya, and right now the urbanization rate in Kenya is growing, and especially in Nairobi. Currently we have 4 million settlements in Nairobi, Kenya, and we're saying that 3/4 of Kenyans, they use public transport. And just as you can see, I have some pictures with me in my slide. So this picture, you can see the buses. This is a street. This is along one of the streets in Nairobi city. We have public transportations, and as you can see, there's a lot of congestion. This congestion in turn results to air pollution which leads to respiratory diseases. With this congestion, of course, you can expect a lot of road accidents because there are no dedicated lanes for cyclists, for people who are walking. There are a lot of accidents within the city, and with this congestion, you can also expect cases of increased crimes because when the people are congested in one area, there are a lot of pickpocketers and all this. And you're saying as the rate of urbanization being high, you can expect the ownership of private motorized cars to be high. Because number one, public transportation is not reliable in Kenya. With a lot of congestion, even inside the vehicles. In Kenya, you're told to songea mwenzako, even if the vehicle is still full, you're still told to push for your neighbor. And you see that this is one of the drivers of making people to buy motorized vehicles. And we're saying that the government needs to encourage sustainable use of urban resources by investing in green transportation infrastructure and renewable energy. By green infrastructure, we mean walking and cycling infrastructures. Yeah. Next slide. And even as we're talking about reducing emissions from the transport sector, a framework that is called ASIF framework was discovered, and the purpose of this ASIF framework is to look at the GHG emissions that result from transport sector and see how we can reduce them. So to start us off, the ASIF framework has 3 components. That is the avoid measures, the shift measures, and the improve measures. Avoid measures looks at avoiding or reducing the need to travel, and even reducing then the trip length. For example, it's about more of compact cities where you can access different activities in one area without necessarily having to drive, without necessarily having to use a matatu or a car. When you talk about shift measures, this is about the modal shift to low carbon modes of transport. And also when you talk about improved measures, it's about vehicle efficiency and vehicle technology. Next slide. So when you're talking about avoid the ASIC components, with me here you can see this is a picture of an example of a shift measure that is happening in Nairobi, Kenya. That's the BRT. The BRT, there are different BRT stations along the Nairobi Thika Superhighway. And when you're talking about BRT is just to promote high occupancy in public transportation modes, vehicles, where we're going to be having BRT buses. And they're saying when you have high occupancy, you're going to lower the GHG emission levels because you're going to reduce the number of vehicles on the road. Next slide. So when we're talking about improved measures, this photo is on electric bikes. This is one of the projects that us as an organization, Sustainable Transport Africa, we are working on this project with one of our international partners. The main objective of this project is that we are doing a demonstration pilots of electric bikes, and also at the same time coming up with policies that are going to help in the uptake of electric mobility. So when we're talking about improved measures, it's about just looking at the vehicle technology so as to help reduce GHG emissions from the transport sector. Next slide. So even as we're talking about e-mobility, you can go back to that last slide just a little bit. Okay. So even as we're talking about e-mobility, we need to look at the e-mobility uptake measures that that can help accelerate the transition to electric mobility. And one of those measures is about policies and regulatory measures. When you talk about policies, do we have enough policies that have been formulated and are being implemented to promote the uptake of e-mobility? Number two, we need to look at the incentives for purchase and the use of electric vehicles. And the initial cost of buying an electric vehicle is so high, and that is making people shy away from transitioning to electric mobility. So can we have incentives in terms of exemptions, subsidies that are going to help attract people to shift from a fossil fuel power energy to electromobility. The other thing that you need to look at, when you're trying to attract people to mobility, look at the charging infrastructure and the business model. So when you're talking about charging infrastructure, with the charging stations be available and accessible to everyone. When you're talking about battery swapping stations, would they be also accessible and to everyone? And also, you see, when you're coming up with this charging infrastructure, you also need to look at the universal charging standards. If I'm driving from Nairobi and I'm going maybe to Moyale, we need to have a universal charging standard. And this is one of the things that CAT is currently working upon. Just need to have investments in raising awareness so as to make people know whatever is the technology changes that are happening in the transport sector, and also invest in research and innovation, and also support startups. I'm sorry for that. So going to the next slide on Kenya's national policies relevant to climate change, we're saying that Kenya has a comprehensive legal policy framework addressing climate action, and some of these policy frameworks, starting from the global perspective, we have the UN, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that is the UNFCCC. We have the Paris Agreement. We also have regionally, we have the East African Community, the climate policy, which is to get particular states and other stakeholders for the preparation and implementation of collective actions to address climate change in the region, where Kenya is one of the members of the Eastern African countries. We also have regionally have the Constitution of Kenya to Article 9 and Article 20 to deal with mitigating climate change, environmental issues. We have the National Environmental Policy 2008, the Climate Change Act 2016, the Climate Change Action Plan 2018 to 2022, which sets out a vision for a low-carbon climate resilient pathway. We also have the Climate Change Response Strategy 2010, MCA 2015, and the Energy Policy, which aims to mitigate climate change by encouraging the use of energy efficient and renewable sources. But we also need to look at the policy gaps that are in these policies. They have not given so much focus on transitioning to electric mobility. They're not given so much focus on non-motorized transport, and these gaps need to be bridged. Yeah. Next slide. So even as we are talking, shifting to sustainable low carbon transport modes, one, there need to be a lot of government and political will support. And this we mean government has to provide fiscal and non-fiscal incentives so as to attract people to shift from fossil fuel powered energy to electric mobility and other low carbon transport modes. For fiscal incentives, the government can, one, provide electricity tariffs for charging stations, and so as to be capped at the industry level. Number two, tax cuts, as I had earlier on said, tax cut for the initial purchase for electric vehicles and also the maintenance of electric vehicles. There need to be a lot of tax exemptions and tax cuts. And number three, on subsidies in the transition to non-motorized transport, subsidies when you're promoting walking and cycling infrastructure, and also support startups. There are a lot of startups in Kenya whose main objective is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that are resulting from transport sector. We have startups like EcoBoda, we have Kiri EV, we have Smart Labor, and many others. So the government can work with these startups, and even as they're working with them, they're also encouraging research and innovation. For the non-fiscal incentives, the government can, one, reduce or stop the importation of internal combustion engine vehicles, and by this, you're doing it gradually, not doing it at once. So maybe by 2050, we'll have a phase out of ICE vehicles, even in our country, Kenya. Number two, the government can provide free land for charging stations. They can lease for free. They can give people that land for free so as to set up their charging stations. And by this, we'll be encouraging more people to shift to electric mobility. Number three, we need to have restricted zones for electric vehicles only, but it's only electric vehicles which can access those areas. And by this, you're promoting low carbon zones, and in turn, it has a multiplier effect. Where you're doing all this, your main goal is to achieve to help in the transition to electric mobility. We can also have car-free days where we just decide today we just are going to to practice non-motorized transport by walking, by cycling, and by this, slowly by slowly, we're going to achieve. We're going to reduce the greenhouse gases that emanate from transport sector. The other thing, even as you're talking about promoting low carbon transport policies, we need to look at the institutional frameworks that have been set, that have already been set, so as to work towards low carbon transport. Number one, we need to the institutional frameworks that already exist in the Ministry of Transport. We have other bodies like KENHA, Kenya National Highways Authority. We have KURA, we have KERA. All of these, they need to come together to ensure compliance in promoting low carbon transport policies. The other thing, this institutional framework, even as they are in charge of formulating and implementing policies that promote sustainable transport, sustainable urban transport, they need to look at the policy gaps that exist in these transport policies. Just as I had said earlier on, they need to give room for non-motorized transport, for MRT, for electric mobility. These old policies, they need to be revised so as to give room to this to the upcoming policy to make new room for new policies. And the other thing, even as these institutional framework are coming up with new policies, the policies need to be gender inclusive. We need to look at how can we make these policies to be gender inclusive, even as we're talking about promoting walking and cycling infrastructure. Let us look at this infrastructure, safe for women, safe for children, because we say if a city is safe for a child, then it is safe for everyone. And even as we're looking at the strengthening the institutional framework, we need women leaders in the Ministry of Transport. Why? Because women, we relate to each other. We know the kind of issues we face in public transport, issues of sexual harassment, issues of being seen as inferior. We need the top managerial positions. Yes. So to continue, we also in terms of gender, we need participation from the conception design to implementation stages of policy making, and also about e-mobility standards, where KEBS is now working on the e-mobility standards. All this, they need to have a collective actions so as to achieve a common goal. The other thing is on financial strategies. So we need a budget allocation for sustainable, low carbon transport. One, globally we have the Global Climate Fund, which is under the UNFCCC, and this Global Climate Fund is a financing mechanism which can be now used to finance sustainable low carbon transport under the Mitigation Act. We also have multilateral assistance, and under the multilateral climate fund, we have the Green Climate Fund, we have the Adaptation Fund, we have the Global Environmental Facility and Climate Investment Facilities. And by this, we're saying that developed countries should help the developing countries, to support them in fighting and mitigating and adapting to climate change. The other thing, we have carbon market trading, which was actually mentioned at the COP26, and this can be done by providing incentives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by implementing a market for emission allowances and redeemable credits. COP26 mentioned that developing countries will want assurance on the $100 billion dollars that was promised, in COP15 in 2009, that developing countries will be given $100 billion every year to help them adapt to the impacts of climate change, and that promise needs to be fulfilled. So in Kenya, there need to be, county budget allocation to help, fight GHG, or rather reduce greenhouse gases that emanate from transport sector. Kisumu County is really doing good in this. They have really come up with a good non-motorized transport. Other countries follow suit. To continue, even as I say that we need to have a collective action from different stakeholders, and this ranges from government, private sector, and also by private sector we mean the manufacturers, the guys in the private sector who actually provide public transportation, where that is the case in Kenya, that public transportation is privately owned. We also have, efforts by car manufacturers, by NGOs, by research and academia, all these partners that are involved, in the transport sector. They need to have representatives who will come together, at the decision-making table, and come up with ways on how we can promote sustainable low carbon transport. So the other thing is on data collection, and we're saying that data collection will facilitate research and innovation, which will now inform decision-making. Mostly it is done the other way. You first make a decision and then you go to the ground. To collect data. So we first need to collect data, which will inform decision making. Also, mass media to help in raising awareness to create demand for consumers for electric mobility. So next slide. So we are saying that the government has done, its bit in providing transition to low carbon transport solutions by ensuring, there's an abundance of renewable energy in the national grid, which presently stands at 60%. So for this to be aggressive, there is need, to sensitize people on the need and benefits of sustainable low carbon transport solutions so as to drive demand for low carbon transport modes. So that's why you are seeing that the uptake of electric mobility greatly relies on the mechanisms put in place by the government and the people's willingness to accept the technology. So to conclude, in the area of budgetary allocation, we've identified that there are no specific guidelines to inform the government on how much should be assigned to sustainable low carbon transport. And to this end, this is an area that us as an organization, Sustainable Transport Africa, together with the like-minded partners, would be interested in conducting a research study. One, to establish a threshold budgetary allocation to just to determine, the amount of budget that can be directed to sustainable low carbon transport solutions. And the other one, when you talked about the health effects of that result from transport sector when black carbon is produced by the incomplete fuel combustion. So we need to establish the amount of revenue that government is using to treat respiratory diseases that result from greenhouse gases, from inhaling those black carbon particles that are as a result from the emissions from the transport sector. So those are the two gaps that we've identified, and maybe more research can be done and perhaps come up with solutions on how to rectify those issues. So that has been my time. So my conclusion would be, let us make our cities more desirable to live in. So so that has been my time. So now we go to the next slide, to the next part of the session where we have questions and comments. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Women in Transport Africa 2021 conference, and I welcome you all to my session today where we'll be speaking on climate action in the transport sector. The topic my session today is climate action in the transport sector. My name is Zelda Kerubo. I serve as a junior advisor for the GIZ Kenya Energy, Transport and Climate Change Cluster based in Nairobi. I am so sorry, cut. I am so sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session for the Women in Transport in Africa 2021 conference. My name is Zelda Kerubo, and I'll take you through this session today. Today's session, I'll be speaking on climate action in the transport sector. Again, my name is Zelda Kerubo. I serve as a junior advisor for GIZ Kenya under the Energy, Transport and Climate Change Cluster. We are always on the move. Transport is essential to all in the backbone of our lives, supporting trade, growing economies, allowing us access to opportunities, as well as connecting family and friends from all aspects and all areas of the world. And our own human development has allowed us to be able to traverse through the open oceans, has been able us to conquer vast lands, has been able for us to go through long distance flights, and even now space does not seem as far as the distance it used to be. And I confess myself, I do enjoy traveling, hardly saying no to visit new places, as well as my bucket list just keeps on growing. However, our current transport sector as it is has a very negative impact on the environment. It is very polluting, increasing demand for natural resources such as oil, metals, minerals, and rubber, as well as noise pollution, water pollution, and waste generation. And I think we all experience this from all parts of the world, wherever we are. The transport sector, in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, which we know are a key contributor to climate change at the moment. Globally, transport contributes about a quarter of all greenhouse gas emissions. And this is a very big We'll cut there. So let me start. Globally, sorry. So according to the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change under the UNFCCC, transport contributes a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's the fastest growing than in any other sector. Greenhouse gases such as CO2, methane, nitrous oxides are harmful in excess amounts in that they form a blanket over our atmosphere, which prevents heat from the earth escaping to space, which now causes an average increase in the global temperatures. And this trapped heat is now what is absorbed by our lands and our oceans that will lead to the melting of glaciers, as well as causing an imbalance in our atmosphere that results in extreme events such as drought, floods, heat waves, tsunamis affecting all areas of our lives. And the transport sector is not spared in terms of vulnerability to climate change. Extreme temperatures cause thermal expansion of bridge, rail joints, ground surfaces, and paved grounds. Unpredictable rainfall patterns cause rising of water levels, which lead to drowning of roads, flooding of bridges, rail tunnels, and overloading our drainage infrastructure. Increased cases of erosion will also lead to mudslides and landslides. Increased storms and stronger winds endanger suspension bridges and cable-stayed bridges, as well as damaging lighting fixtures and signboards. Rising sea levels will lead to the drowning of coastal transport infrastructure. Increased salinity levels reduce the structural strength through corrosion of steel reinforcements in concrete infrastructure. This is why we can no longer continue with business as usual, but we must all come together to find solutions in which transport can reduce its impact on the environment, and as well as how we can develop our transport infrastructure to adapt to the impending changes within our climate. And I'd like to present these solutions in 3 principles. Number 1 being to avoid, number 2 to shift, and number 3 to improve. Number 1, avoid. Simply let us avoid traveling. It's that easy. How we change our behaviors, how we ask ourselves before we make that trip, is it necessary for me to make that trip? Look at us right now. We are having this conference through a virtual participation. 2020 has shown us that we can actually work from home, and even 2021, some of us are still working from home. So how much greenhouse gas emissions have we saved just from reducing our movements from point A to point B? Number 2 is to shift. Are we able to shift our current transport systems to use alternative fuels as well as renewable energy? Renewable energy every single day continues to be more accessible, more affordable, and more reliable, from solar, wind to hydrogen. Number 2, are we also able to use public transport, increase the use of public transport? We have buses, trains, carpooling, ride sharing. Are we able to shift from private means and use more public transport? Number 3, are we able to use non-motorized transport? I think the greatest invention we have is simply our legs. How often do we forget that we have actually the most efficient, the most environmentally friendly means of transport, and that's by simply taking a walk. We might also ride a bike. We might also support cycling. These are non-motorized means of transport which allow us to maintain a healthy lifestyle, as well as reduce the air pollution that is a result of other polluting means of transport, as well as promoting an active lifestyle that we all need, especially during this time. Another aspect is shifting to electric mobility. I have to put a special mention on this because we may be able to support walking and cycling and motorized means of transport, but we will not forget that mobility is essential to all of us. And in Kenya and in Africa in general, I've been able to mention a few companies that are leading this shift to electric mobility. We have companies such as Wetu, which are leading electric mobility in Western Kenya, providing fishermen with boats, electric boats. Opibus in Kenya converts the internal combustion engines of large land cruisers, which they use, or they are used in the national park. So not only also preventing pollutions in our national parks. Drive Electric, who have done the study that we have there on comparing electric vehicles and internal combustion vehicles in Kenya, which is an interesting study that I think we should all be able to go through. Kira Motors in Uganda operates the electric buses. We have international companies such as Volkswagen, who are promoting more and more electric mobility within Africa. And the study that we have there is on the Kenya Electric Mobility Fact Sheet. Through this fact sheet, we are able to compile together with the State Department of Transport all the necessary details that you will need in order to support your shift to electric mobility. Again, non-motorized transport. For example, in Rwanda, we have the car-free days in Rwanda, I believe also in Ethiopia and Uganda. And it simply is able to show us that really our cities in a large extent have been built for cars, but then we are the heart of the city. So why don't we now provide the people with opportunity for them to enjoy their streets? We also have skating opportunities, especially, for example, the picture shows there in Nairobi. We also have the critical mass event in Nairobi, I believe, which happens every other month, which brings out many cyclists to show us that really our roads should be able to accommodate cyclists as well. I'll give us a question. For example, those who have visited Nairobi, the picture on your bottom right, this is Luthuli Avenue. If any one of us has been there a few years back, and just to see the difference that reducing or limiting the parking space, as well as limiting or providing walkways for the passengers, how such a big difference it has made in terms of the air quality in such an area, as well as just the free movements of people within such an area. And I think such are the progress that we should be implementing in our cities and towns. Number 3 will be on improving efficiency. How are we able now to improve the current vehicles and modes of transport that we have at the moment? Number 1, again, just to compare the internal combustion engine vehicles, the conventional vehicles, and the electric motors. Do we know that actually our internal combustion engines, over 70% of the fuel, of the power, is actually lost to heat, and only 30% used in propelling us forward, unlike in electric vehicles, where over 90% of the power is now used in the propelling forward and only 10% lost to friction and heat. Number 2, practice eco-driving. How are we able to make sure that our vehicles are driving efficient? Number 1, just simply maintaining our vehicles in the right state, as well as replacing the air filters accordingly. Number 3 would be improving the quality of our fuels. Are we able to make sure that the fuels that we use in our vehicles are low emission, so that we reduce the amount of emissions that we produce through our transport system? Number 3, another point will be on renewing the vehicle fleets. I think all around us we can see so many old vehicles, so many old matatus, which that technology is not up to date, in the sense that they are still heavily polluting, unlike the new technology that we have at the moment, where vehicles are more fuel efficient and reducing their emissions. Other actions that we could implement, this is on government, reducing the fuel subsidies and also increasing fuel taxes, just to discourage people from investing in actually dirty fossil fuels, but rather encouraging them to invest in other renewable sources of energy. For the manufacturers, how they are able to develop their vehicles in such a way that is environmentally friendly, for example, and efficient. For example, heavy vehicles tend to consume so much energy, as well as increase the consequent greenhouse gas emissions. But if we have lighter vehicles, we are able to reduce the amount of emissions that we produce. Fuel economy standards as well is just making sure that we know the type of fuel that we are actually using in our vehicles. While in the maritime and in the aviation sector, we can have electronic taxing of aeroplanes. For example, the image that you can see there, other than the airplane running its engine while it's taxiing at the airport, we are able to power it to renewable electricity that is now able to run the engines as it waits for passengers to board. Also, that same can happen while ships are at dock in the coast. Another aspect we must not forget in the transport sector is the infrastructure. The infrastructure that we have, be it roads, be it the bridges. All of this must also now be able to adapt to the already changing climate, and this we can do in several ways. In engineering, for example, let's have material specifications that these materials can be used to withstand the changing climate. And also in our designs, we are able to take into consideration the expected geographical changes, for example, rising water levels. Another aspect we can do is review our current infrastructure development standards. The problem is the climate is moving so fast, faster than how we are in terms of reviewing our infrastructure development standards. Number one, are we adding protective structures against the rising sea levels? Are we retaining walls against landslides when we are building through unstable grounds? And also, are we ensuring there's a provision of cycling lanes, walkways, and green spaces just to encourage more and more people to use non-motorized means of transport, that's reducing the greenhouse gas emissions? We can also make sure that we have proper environmental management in the development of our infrastructure. For example, mangrove rehabilitation along the coast to prevent the coastal infrastructure from being washed away by the rising seawaters, as well as increase the maintenance and development of early warning system that is able to prepare us ahead for any danger that we may have from rising dangers. All this can only happen by capacity building. This is promoting broad awareness for climate change in the transport sector through, for example, public campaigns and social media. We can also develop local expertise surrounding climate change and transport, be it in our education systems, through research and through trainings. For example, in Kenya, the Climate Change Act of 2016 called for the establishment of the Climate Change Coordination Unit in all government departments. And as GIZ, through the Transport Project, we were able to support the State Department of Transport through trainings, as well as creating the report, which is required according to the law on the policy every year of the climate actions within each sector. And for example, you can see that is the 2019-2020 transport sector annual report, but we are also able to have the 2018-2019 sector. And through our support, we are able also to support the State Department of Transport in improving systems and techniques for monitoring and reporting on CO2 emissions. We are also able to develop data resources for evidence-based decision making, as well as a training session on greenhouse gas emission quantification and mitigation. We are also able to build our capacity through partnerships and networking. For example, all of us attending this Women in Transport in Africa conference, we are here to learn from one another. We are here to share experiences so that we are able to see what are some of the solutions and what are some of the challenges that we face. And finally, with all these actions, we are able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, be it promoting good health and well-being, ensuring access to affordable and clean energy, promoting industry, innovation, and sustainable infrastructure, building sustainable communities and sustainable cities. Of paramount is climate action, as well as promoting partnership for the goals. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for that very informative session on climate action and in the transport sector. We've had quite an interesting conversation, and then I'm seeing that there's a lot of questions coming in, and this is from Cynthia in Mombasa, who says, how do we effectively phase out gasoline locomotives and embrace e-mobility, considering each household in Kenya has a boda or a private vehicle that either uses petrol or diesel? So I don't know if any of the panelists in this particular session are online and would want to chip in on that particular question, give us an answer to that, or share their sentiments on the same. Do we have any of the panelists? Hello, can you hear me? Evelyn?
Hello everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
To answer that question, on that first question, I think creating awareness to drive demand is the best way to go, because most people don't know the benefits of transitioning to electric mobility. So when you create awareness, you help to drive demand. Yeah.
When you create awareness, you help to drive demand. Thank you for that. I have another question, and this is yes, the Kenyan government is planning on implementing the BRT. Which EV bus standard would you recommend?
On the issue of EV standards, you can split the standards into two, on the issue of safety and also on the issue of testing. On the issue of safety, you can you look at the electrical safety standards, post-crash standards, energy storage standards, and rechargeable standards. On the issue of testing, we have the standards on energy consumption and range, but in Kenya, KEBS is coming up with those standards. Maybe next time we'll have a better, a more concrete standards to discuss.
Okay, thank you very much. Adero Mili Adero Ocheng asked, how are we going to benefit from this successful meeting now that we've raised out our issues? And there was an answer to this, but I'd like you to give a different answer if you're able to. The answer was that we believe the different stakeholders on board will kick off with new conversations and implementation of the recommendations raised during this 3-day session. This is from Flown Initiative. I don't know if you have a different or something to add on to that particular answer. Yes, Eve. Okay, okay, let's move on. There was a sentiment from Gerald Harry Ekinu, and he says that this is very good presentation. Is it possible to share together after the conference? Many thanks. Gerald Harry Ekinu says, this is very good presentation. Is it possible to share together after the conference? I'm sure we are able, they'll be able to share their email addresses and be able to get in touch with you in regards to the same. Also, you can write to us at program@flowninitiative.org. We'll be able to share the same from you. I have another sentiment from Abdul Razaku, I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, and he says that some of the politics to tackle climate mitigation in transport sector is much targeted sustainable transport by shifting from individual mobility to public mobility using bus. Then how does the climate proofing infrastructure help to mitigate climate change? Do we have any of the panelists ready to answer? Abdu? Zelda. Zelda, could you please unmute your mic? Hello, Zelda, can you hear me? But we cannot hear you, so I suspect your mic is muted.
Okay, yes. Better. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. I think the question was how infrastructure can support in mitigation as well as adaptation to climate change, right?
Yes.
Yes. To answer the question on infrastructure, the infrastructure as it is at the moment, because definitely we are not bringing down all our roads, or we are not going to take down all our airports and seaports as it is at the moment. But what we can actually do in order to be able to adapt to climate, I don't think in essence the infrastructure, there's a small part in which how we build our transport infrastructure at the moment is able to mitigate climate change, in the sense that we're able to use materials that are low emission. For example, we may not have to use concrete we can reduce the amount of concrete that we use in building our infrastructure, which will also, we can also use other environmentally friendly materials rather than building, for example, our pavements in, again, concrete materials. We have been able to see new ideas coming up, for example, using plastic and sand in building this pavement. So we are able to actually reduce the amount of emissions, which is now in mitigation in terms of the materials that we use in building our transport infrastructure. For what I see, the transport infrastructure plays a key role in climate action is actually in adaptation, because we're already facing the effects of climate change with already rising sea levels, with increased heat in some areas. So we're actually supposed to be adapting to climate change. This is the only way in which we're able to protect our infrastructure as it is, so that we save our investments, let me say. And as the examples that I did give, material specifications, are we able to create new materials and to create new standards that any upcoming development, these are the kind of materials that we actually need. We cannot be relying on the standards that we used to have before to develop the infrastructure that we foresee to be able to sustain and to adapt to climate change in the coming years. Another way we mentioned also reviewing environmental management. Again, are we able to cushion our coastal infrastructures from the rising sea levels? For example, I'll use the example, I think most Kenyans will know how we were able to make a seawall along Fort Jesus, which was able to prevent the rising sea levels from actually eating up the, I believe it's the walls of the fort itself. So these are some of the things that we can actually do in terms of adapting and supporting the adaptation of our transport infrastructure, so that we are able to actually have infrastructure that's able to withstand, even if it's for some time, the changing climate as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zelda. I saw a hand raised. I don't know. Who was this hand from? Somebody had a question and had raised their hand in the meeting. Yes, Gerald. Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. This is Gerald from Uganda, and I would like to make some supplements into how infrastructure can mitigate and adapt to climate change. The one way we can do is through the designing of our infrastructure. Is very important in mitigating climate change. When you see most of the infrastructure, or previously we would design infrastructure by, in case you are passing over a water body, you will see people raising up embankments, filling up the soil and do what. But in this current climate change effects, we design infrastructure in a way that you can have a suspended bridge without affecting the ecological settings around that thing, or aquatic settings down there. So for example, if you see the Entebbe Expressway, how it has been designed, there is a very long swamp, and it is the longest bridge here. We have passed it, and it is a suspended bridge. So that one encourages mitigation of climate change effects. The other one is the alignment, route alignment of our infrastructure, like the roads. Because of land compensation issues, people would prefer to pass the infrastructure through wetlands where there are no compensation issues, or in places where it is very difficult, where you can easily get free land and reduce on the cost of the infrastructure. So, however, when we do this nowadays, we make sure that we do the environmental impact assessments and see what is the effect of the impact of the infrastructure to the environment, as well as to the affected, maybe the aquatic lives that are there around in the water body. So it is very important for us to adapt to better designs in terms of infrastructure that are resilient and that are also having lesser impact to the environment. The other one is that the nature of the materials that are used in roads. Somebody has already made a contribution towards that. You will realize that marram and also rocks are getting depleted. They are getting completely disappearing, in other words. So we make substitutes of various ways, various materials that can be used to construct our roads, bearing in mind the effects of climate change, like the heating. So that is what I wanted to make my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gerald, and it is a very, very informative contribution. I see Patrick Kaemba is having his hand up. Patrick, do you have something to add on to that?
Unmute. I hope I can be heard.
Go ahead.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had raised an issue within the chat. First of all, I want to commend Women in Transport for organizing this dialogue and this conversation. The biggest challenge that I've had when we talk about issues of transport and climate change and the issues of greenhouse gas emissions, we have had challenges of financing. This is an issue that hardly attracts financing. People have not regarded climate change, transport in climate change, as a very, very critical issue. People will quickly finance programs in agriculture. People will quickly finance programs in tree planting, will quickly finance programs that are health related and all that. And transport, the mere fact that it was not possible that we could attract, we could make transport as an SDG in itself, or rather, a sustainable development goal, a standalone sustainable development goal, brings transport to a disadvantage in one way or the other, by way of failing to attract financing, independent financing that you can be able to do, particularly to develop programs and projects that are transport related, mitigative and adaptive in nature. We have come up, for example, Fabio is implementing an electronic bike, the e-bike project, but securing resources to ensure that we can be able to carry out, collect statistics, collect data, and efficiently know the impact that it can be able to create. Of course, it's not easy because transport where you can easily attract resources from the development partners. So that is one thing that we as practitioners have actually faced over time. So I thought I needed to share that. Otherwise, I commend all of you and the presenters, the panelists who presented since the beginning of this conference. I think it has been enriching. It has been very good, and I think we can be able to continue these conversations within the conference, but also outside of the conferences. I thank you.
And thank you, Patrick. Thank you to also everybody else who's gotten the opportunity to talk, from Gerald to the panelists that have also logged in live to be able to elaborate more on their presentation and accept questions and concerns and comments from everybody. I want to thank you so much for making this a very fruitful, very enriching session. The session is Climate Action and Transport in the Transport Sector. Climate Action in the Transport Section. We are inviting the Executive Director for Flown Initiative to come and tell us what we are doing next, because I'm told there are beautiful unions being formed today.
Flown Initiative would like to take this opportunity to formalize a partnership we've had with BOTAX, which is the Kenya Boda Boda Tuk-Tuk and Taxi Workers Union in Mombasa. We've been working with BOTAX, as they're commonly known, for the past 1 year, especially with supporting us in the Women in Transport chapter in Mombasa. Today we are honored to have with us the Secretary General, Cynthia Wanyonyi, with us. And we would like to formally sign the MOU we have with BOTAX, and we have agreed in these public transport operators starting off in Mombasa, and hopefully we will move to other counties. And I would like to welcome my colleague and very esteemed partner, Cynthia Wanyonyi, to come and we can sign the MOU. And Cynthia, if you have any sentiments to share, this is your platform. And as Flown Initiative and Women in Transport, we want to immensely thank you for holding our hand when we moved to Mombasa and being our partner even when we formally didn't have an MOU.
Thank you very much. My name is Cynthia Wanyonyi, General Secretary, Kenya Boda Boda Tuk-Tuk and Taxi Workers Union. I'll be brief. A trade union to a worker. You are a member of a union. You are kind of protected. You are safe, but you must be in the right union with the correct leadership. I'll briefly go through the advantages of being a member of a union. The first thing, that workers' issues are being spoken. Where workers' decisions are being made, you are supposed to sit in that committee. For instance, in every county, we have National Transport and Safety Authority. There is one slot for people with special interests. Who are these people with special interests within transport sector, if not a boda boda rider, if not a matatu conductor, if not a matatu driver? That is a RAV4 to speak on behalf of a boda boda, to speak on behalf of a conductor, to speak on behalf of a driver. We are sitting on a gold mine. When you are a member of a union, you are protected, because definitely the union will have to give you an identification badge. Even the policeman, the traffic police, when they get you, you're in a mistake. Yes. You belong to a certain union. Yes. Ambia mkubwa wako akuje. Mwambie shop steward akuje. So they'll book you, but you'll be released to continue working. Then they're going to call the office. You will have to call your leader, your immediate leader, that I've had a traffic offense. Please come to my rescue. Are we together? The third and the most important thing, we have what we call collective bargaining agreements. We have so many women out there who are potential members. We have so many workers within the transport sector. Let's think about the boda boda sector. How many boda bodas we have across the country? Over 1 million. Look at the tuk-tuk sector. In Mombasa alone, there are more than 15,000. Taxis, matatus. If all these numbers can decide to bargain for something, say 50 of you people want to buy a matatu, we go to a deal and we say 50 members want to buy matatus at once. Utatuzia na pesa ngapi? Don't you think the prices will go down? So we can negotiate. Yeah, this is what we call economies of scale. We can always negotiate because of our numbers. We can always negotiate for what we want, and we will get it because of the numbers that we have. Are we together? Training and development. Where we are here, we are learning. We are learning. Somebody invested in this project, in this activity, and we are learning. Where do we go from here? That was the next question. After this, where do we go? Do we just go back to our duties? Do we just go back and sit home? And what do we do after this? Social security. If one of you gets into a problem, at the moment, tutaanza kuchanga mia, unaona tu vitabu tunatembea kwa stages. We have NSSF and NHIF. NHIF, you can get that super cover for 500 shillings, and you can pay in bits. You can pay kidogo, that is 17 shillings. At the end of the month, you've paid 500 shillings. You've covered yourself plus your child, plus any other dependent that you have. It is that cheap, but we find it difficult. We'd rather move papers at our stages, tuchangie mwenzetu amepata ajali, amevunjika mguu, amefiliwa, yet at the cost of 17 shillings. You can pay through a pay bill number. This is something you can easily negotiate. Health and safety at the workplace. This is a common thing. And then the most important part, affiliation. BOTAX is affiliated to ITF, and all the transport unions in Kenya are affiliated to ITF. International Transport Workers Federation is an umbrella body, global umbrella body for transport sector unions. So for you to benefit from ITF activities, you must be a member. For you to be a member of a union, you have to pay union dues. That is your, I call it the marriage pete, the ring. And if you're in a union, you have not paid union dues for 3 consecutive months, automatically you cease to be a member. If you've not paid union dues for 3 consecutive months, you cease to be a member. It's automatic. It happens everywhere. What I'm telling you is what cuts across all the unions. Now let me discuss about BOTAX. BOTAX is the youngest union that was recently registered because all the sectors within transport have been represented. Talk of railways, matatus, buses, seafarers, aviation, they're all represented. What we were remaining with was the informal part, boda boda, tuk-tuk, and taxi. So that is how the union became boda boda, tuk-tuk, and taxi workers union. I thank God that I'm the only female general secretary in Kenya out of the 10 possible trade unions. This is a Women in Transport conference. I'm requesting the women here, if you don't belong to any union, if you want to hammer, I don't want to break where you belong, but please, we are women. We are talking about supporting each other. I'm inviting you to BOTAX. We have Nairobi branch. We have officials who are in place, but nobody is going to give you what you want. You need to grab it. Hakuna mtu atakupatia. You need to take it. So I'm requesting that you join BOTAX. To join BOTAX, if you feel the representation within Nairobi County is not good, you can call for election. Write to me officially that you feel underrepresented. When you write to me, I'll give you that election. I'll simply notify the registrar and you'll do an election. Once you do that election, you can remove those men, take those positions. Every office has 17 officials. You are less than 17. So if you are to do an election now, hata nafasi zingebakia, mungeenda kuita marafiki zenyu wengine wakuje. The most important thing again, trade union movement is voluntary, non-political, non-profit organization. So we don't do business in trade unions. I cannot stand here and say mimi ni member wa ODM because kuna wa UDA hapa ambaye ni potential member, nitampoteza. And it's voluntary. When you come into trade union movement, don't expect to earn. You work, we recruit members, they pay union dues. It's from those union dues that the unions get money. If you don't have members, the union does not have money. Are we together? This is the law. And trade union movement is anchored within the constitution of this country. And it's developed. Mpaka tuko na koti, the industrial court. That is the court for workers. Na usiniambie kama uko na gari yako ama pikipiki yako ama tuk-tuk, you are not a worker. You are working for gain in this country. You are protected by the constitution. And it's your right to join a union of your choice. Unaweza ingia asubuhi, put on saa 7 uende BOTAX, jioni uende matatu, jioni kabisa uende railways. You have that freedom. Yes, that is what we say, freedom. And it's given to you by the constitution. I take this opportunity to welcome you to BOTAX. I'm always available. Those who speak with me, they know me, I pick calls. Hata kama ni saa 5 ya usiku. But mimi nawakaribisha. Let us support. I would love to see a women-led, fully women-led union. And I'm saying, if you can take Nairobi branch, 17 officials, you take Nairobi County. Because we cannot say that we want decisions to be made. We want this and that and that. And we cannot have these positions. We must have the positions. I'm giving the positions to you, but you have to follow the procedure. Sawa sawa? Okay. I think that's what I can say for now, but I'm still available for further consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. I think now we can go ahead and sign the MOU.
So now our marriage certificate.
Marriage
Yeah.
certificate. Ndio tuna sign.
Okay, here we go. Thank you so much. And we hope to work. We hope to organize the whole country. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so okay, just one more thing before I go. We are also working on getting some partnerships. We are looking for organizations where members of the union can get asset financing. We are in talks. Once we are ready, Flown Initiative will step in. And if you are a member and you want to upgrade, you want to buy your own motorbike, you want to buy your own tuk-tuk, you want to buy your own taxi, somebody can finance that asset for you, alafu ulipe kidogo kidogo. However, it's a process because we have to negotiate, then we have to bring the partners on board, we have to agree, and then now from there, we can bring on board the members to do what they ought to do, and then they can access that. Then you can stop having people's vehicle. You know, if you have your own vehicle, you can get into the road and you'll have more women. And then you employ other women. Then at the end of the day, these roads will be for us. Okay? For this is our world too. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. We look forward to a more fruitful partnership with you. And next, I will hand it over to Mbeki for the next session.
Thank you so much, Naomi, and thank you, Cynthia. Looks like good things are coming our way when we work together. I want to read one more feedback because this being the last day, I'm seeing a lot of people are getting online and trying to give us some insights on this particular, and I don't want to lock out anyone. Abdul says, this is very interesting, the previous presentation on the climate and transport. I'm attending the conference from Ouagadougou, this is in Burkina Faso. I would like to get the presentation if possible. He stated his email address. We will make sure from Flown Initiative that we actually get this information to you. We also appeal to the panelists to share their email addresses and share their sessions online so that we are also able to give them to persons who need them, like Abdul. Let me read somebody else. Oh, we read quite a number of those. The rest are just telling us thank you so much for a very insightful conference. And we're really, really grateful that all of you are tuned in from all over the world and making this particular conference a success. Now, allow me to go on to the next session, and which is an award-giving ceremony. We want to celebrate the initiatives, institutions, and individuals who promote women in transport in Africa, people and spaces to watch, initiatives to scale up. These are the people who, in one way or the other, in their own special way, in their own small way, cumulatively sounding like a very, very big way, have made a difference in the Women in Transport Africa. I'll call upon Naomi again to come and award this particular individuals. Or do we have Lucy? Oh, fantastic. Lucy from Flown Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbeki. And this is our last session, and we'll be appreciating women who have done amazing work out there. And this is not only individuals, but companies, organizations, and this is just a small number that represent women who are doing great work out there. They are challenging the norms, and they are doing exemplary work in the transport sector. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. Next slide, please. So our first woman to 21 Women in Transport Africa conference is Mishi Idi Omar. Mishi is the first female coxswain with the Kenya Ports Authority, Mombasa, Kenya. She got her first job through a competitive recruitment process. She has been serving for over 5 years now. She serves as an inspiration and a mentor to women, and she calls on women and young girls to understand that it's their responsibility to take opportunities in the transport sector in order to advocate for what matters to them in the male-dominated sector. Her dream is to advance on higher responsibilities of being a captain on bigger vessels like ship and mentor other upcoming generations in the transport sector. Unfortunately, Mishi won't be able to join us, but I have his family member, Suleiman Abdallah, who will be taking the award on behalf of Mishi. Welcome. Please note, she's the first coxswain woman in Kenya. Thank you so much, Suleiman. Thank you so much. Next on to be recognized during today's event, it's an amazing woman. She's doing a great job out there. Her name is Anya Wira Wanjohi. Anne is the first, is a 2NK CEO, and she's been serving in this position since 2015. She's been in charge of the SACCO assets as well as maintaining a motivated workforce. She started working as a clerk to later becoming a CEO of a leading public transport company in Kenya. Her greatest achievement is licensing of the FOSA in 2014 and opening a 2NK branch in Karatina, Nyeri County in 2021. And this is what she has to say to women in transport, that never say die, face the challenges head on, believe in yourself so that you can prove your capability to others, and above all, put God first. Coming to represent Anne is Anne Ngugi, one of our women in transport retirees from Nairobi. Naomi Ngugi. Welcome on stage, Naomi. She is representing Anya Wira Wanjohi, the CEO of 2NK SACCO. And it's great to know that Anne is leading one of the greatest public transport SACCOs in Kenya. And being a woman, it hasn't been easy for her. So we appreciate her and we congratulate her. Thank you so much. The next awardee for today is Anne Maina. Anne Maina is a successful woman in transport entrepreneur. She owns and manages a tire shop in Kiambu, Kenya. She has been in the business for over 6 years now. She's known for her great managerial skills. She's also known for providing employment opportunities to the youth. Her dream is to open more branches around Kenya and employ more young people. And her message to fellow women is, women, it's your time to invest in your entrepreneurial skills. You can achieve your dreams only if you fold your sleeves up and work. And representing Anne Maina in absentia is Saranjeri. Saranjeri, kindly welcome on board. It's good to recognize that Anne Maina has employed very many young men working in her tire shop. So congratulations, Anne Maina. Coming next is Angela Nzilani, and she's the vice chairperson for Rainbow Shuttles Kenya. She was competitively elected for the post and has been serving for over 2 years now. She believes women can make good leaders in the transport sector if they are provided with the conducive working environment and the opportunity to compete fairly. Angelica has been recognized by different governmental and non-governmental agencies for her resilience and determination to make the transport sector more inclusive. Currently, her circle has employed more women than before. Her inspiration is to become a director of her own transport company. Congratulations, Angelica Nzilani. And since she's not with us today, I'll call upon Stamina Sundays. She's one of our women in Transport Nairobi to pick the award for Angelica Nzilani. Thank you so much, Stamina. Thank you. Next on stage is an amazing woman. She's with us today, and she's just talked to us, and we appreciate her. We appreciate her work. And her name is Cynthia Bridget Wanyonyi. She's the first trade union general secretary in Kenya. She's the founder of Boda Boda Tuk Tuk and Taxi Workers Union of Kenya, BOTUX. She has, thank you. She has managed to organize women in Mombasa, Nakuru, Nairobi, and Kisumu to join BOTUX Union for collective bargaining efforts. Her dream is to have an inclusive transport system where women can enjoy better working conditions and actively participate in the sector. And this is what she has to say. Being a union leader in the male-dominated sector calls for self-determination and growing a thick skin. She has a thick skin, right? Thank you. Congratulations, Cynthia, and we are looking forward. And lastly, but not least, thank you. And lastly, we would like to recognize a very amazing woman. I can hear from the live audience, they are calling her Shosh. And actually, that's how she's popularly known. So she runs an electric, her name is Cecilia Waithera, and she's popularly known as Shosh. Shosho. She runs an electronic sound system enterprise known as Shosho Sounds Electronics. She's an expert in installing sound systems in vehicles. As an art, she learned through observing her grandsons install sound system in vehicles. She was also the first woman to own a matatu in the early 70s in Nairobi. She feels, despite of her age, she can do most of the job if facilitated with the skills. Her dream is to run a technical training school where she can teach the young generation on engineering skills, sound system installation, and entrepreneurial skills. And in absentia, I'll have Caroline Garrett take the award for Shosho. Thank you. And this marks the end of our award ceremony, and we are hoping to have more women next year, and we are calling on all women to just fold up your sleeves, do that, what you need to do, so that we can recognize you and people can see what you are doing and prove that women can do what men can do, yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for acknowledging, appreciating, and reminding us that whatever it is that you're doing, however little it may look, it's making an impact, it's making people happy, it's making a difference. Allow me to very briefly go through the highlights of today as you're coming to the end of this conference. And day 3, we had several sessions. The first one, we held the solutions track. We started the day with an introductory address from Naomi Mutie, who's the County Executive, Roads, Transport and Public Works, Machakos County. She noted that many women join the transport industry due to lack of skills to work elsewhere. This largely makes the industry an informal sector. She also noted that 46% of women face sexual harassment and had not reported this due to unclear reporting mechanisms. Now, she's recommended that there is need for training and capacity building of transport professionals. Additionally, a sexual harassment policy is needed with clear reporting guidelines. Now, we had another plenary session that started with discussions on equitable transport and local government. The first sessions were chaired by Evelyn Otieno, a land technical specialist who had worked in Kisumu and currently working with FAO. Now, Ms. Otieno noted that legal governments in Kenya have been struggling to ensure equitable and inclusive transportation. She noted that one solution is to have more densities along transport corridors to make public transport more efficient. She was also joined by Mr. Kelvin Ajul, who is a city engineer in Kisumu County, who noted that Kisumu is recording more pollution due to challenges in the transport sector. Ajul also noted that non-motorized transport infrastructure is needed to make the industry more inclusive. We had 2 high-level panels streamed from Nakuru on city mobility dialogue. In the first high-level panel, Engineer Njero Mburu, Dr. Catherine Gateri, and Consultant Captain discussed, or rather Constant Cap, allow me to say that again, Constant Cap discussed inclusive transport and socially just mobility. Now, one of the recommendations made during this session was that instead of expanding road space, focus should be on efficiently using the space that is available. It was recommended that economic investment is needed to enhance inclusive mobility. Now, in the second high-level panel, Catherine Waweru, Christine Orina, Engineer George Matheri, and Dan Mihandi discussed the possible challenges and opportunities for Nakuru County in regards to the creation of an inclusive public transport system. It was stated that residents want a city that they can live, work, and enjoy. Therefore, proper connectivity through public transport is very key. Now, in the afternoon, we had the International Transport Workers Federation launching its report dubbed ITF, People's Public Transport Policy. The session lead for this one was Claire Clark, the Deputy Women Transport Workers and the Gender Equality Officer, International Transport Workers Federation. Now, she noted that the gender chapter of their policy focuses on 4 demands. These demands are to strengthen women's employment and promote decent work, to end violence against women, to use technology to advance gender equity, and to involve women in decision-making within the sector. We had the next session, which was climate action in the transport sector, that was led by Evelyn Gadhua. And it was noted that the transport sector is one of the main contributors in greenhouse gas emissions. Now, therefore, it is a key contributor to climate change. The panelists agreed that there is need to reimagine the transport sector so that it's environment friendly and inclusive for all users. Flown Initiative, after that, of course, Flown Initiative was signed an MOU with Botax, and Botax was represented by Cynthia Wanyonyi. Flown Initiative was represented by the Executive Director, this is Naomi Mwaura. And they signed an MOU here. It was beautiful. We all witnessed that. And that was the beginning of a very beautiful partnership. Finally, just a few minutes ago, we got to award 5 incredible workers in this particular sector. We awarded 5 ladies, and the ladies are Mishi Eid Omar, the first female Koswain from Mombasa, Cecilia Waithera from Shosh Sound Systems, and Nyawira Wanjohi, who's the CEO of 2NK Matatu Sacco, Cynthia Bridget Wanyonyi, the Secretary General and First Lady to run a labor union, the union being Botax in Mombasa, and last but not least, Angelica Nzilani, a female investor in public transport in Machakos. And now we have come to the end of a beautiful, beautiful conference. This was 3 days of immense knowledge, immense enrichment. And hopefully, whatever has been presented to us, we're going to take actions, we're going to work hard at it, and we're going to see changes implemented come next year. By the time we are meeting for the next conference, I'm sure there'll be good things to celebrate about. I want to thank each and every one of you that has joined us online, those that have made it here physically for all the 3 days. A big thank you to you. A big thank you to Flown for making this a very fruitful event, a very knowledgeable one, and the fact that you facilitated everyone being here, it really is amazing. We've had a wonderful